All right. How's everyone doing? There we go. Looks like Bulls made another push to the upside, and that failed. There's some question about escalation in the overnight session and this morning, with Iran denying. Hmm. And now Israel's responding symbolically to the thing because the breaking of the ceasefire has to be punished. Trump now doesn't want to see a regime change in Iran, but they're not going to have enrichment, and he'd like to see tensions come down. There's no consequences for Iran and Israel's ceasefire breach. When asked about the NATO Article 5, Trump said there's many definitions. Powell's statement is out. I think we could actually start watching that. Oh no, that's not till 10. Oh, we got 3 minutes. Let me get that set up. Remember that Fed presidents yesterday were very hawkish, which drove at least the start of the squeeze to the upside, or very dovish rather. But the narrative otherwise has been pretty hawkish. So I think the Fed might be pretty split, and seeing where J. Powell lands on that's obviously going to be important. Um, Now, remember, he's very likely to just stick to the narrative and not shake anything up. But it is probably important to know. Watch for any questions that are particularly pressing or outside of the narrative. Not that Powell's not a lawyer and he can't handle himself, but there is the off chance that he could speak out of turn, and that could have an impact, especially on Fed fund futures. It's a 12-day war plus one. There's support here at 60 and then 50. Well, there's some incentive to sell vol in this range, but so far we're not seeing a lot of that. Did you see Trump drop the F bomb saying that Israel and Iran don't know what the F they're doing? Wait, has he redefined what an F bomb is yet? Or just N? That wasn't AI. Probably not. Oh. Traditional F-bomb? Oh, okay. What's the consumer confidence? I don't know. 99.8 versus the prior 98. So slight improvement. Not as dramatic as last month. Hassett says we'll see a sequence of trade deals around the 4th of July. The administration has been focused on getting one big beautiful bill passed through Congress. So over our 90 days of deals, we've managed to secure what, 0? Is it 82 days now? 82. Nope. The UK one also isn't a trade deal. It's just a term sheet. UK, China, Canada, and the EU with their new defense pact. First box arrived. Nice. I could tell you when the next one's gonna arrive. Oh, shit, here we go. Oh, this guy's got a fucking shit-eating grin on. What's going on here?
Committee on Financial Services will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. This hearing is entitled the Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous material to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes for an opening statement. Good morning. I want to thank Chair Powell for joining us today. We appreciate your time and look forward to hearing more about the Federal Reserve's outlook on economic and monetary policy. There's been a lot of rhetoric lately, particularly from our friends across the aisle, suggesting that Republicans in the Congress are steering our economy toward a recession. However, the facts tell a different story. 4 months into the Trump administration, American workers and taxpayers are already benefiting from a strong, resilient economy. The Fed noted that growth is solid, and even former Fed officials have dismissed the idea of a recession this year or
He just
later.
got his check from AIPAC.
Compare that to the previous administration. Under President Biden, Americans endured the highest inflation rates in decades, driven by reckless spending and misguided policy decisions. Now, under the Trump administration, inflation has declined to levels lower than those seen before President Biden's flawed so-called American Rescue Plan, and real wages are finally meaningfully growing again. There's always some economic uncertainty when the United States engages in difficult negotiations necessary to secure more open markets for American goods and services. But that uncertainty is not without a strategy of balanced lower regulatory costs, pro-growth tax policy, and controls on federal spending, all combined with trade successes offer economic opportunity. One Fed official, Governor Waller, has outlined how a balanced approach combining potential tax rates with targeted tariffs could foster strong economic growth. Let me be clear on that point. We can fight to open markets, break down non-tariff barriers while achieving solid economic growth at the same time. That's President Trump's goal, just as it was for President Reagan in the 1980s. I also want to commend you, Mr. Chairman, the Federal Reserve, for taking positive steps to keep politics out of the Fed, including disbanding 4 internal climate-related committees and making the Fed leaner and more efficient by right-sizing your workforce across the system. These moves reflect a commitment to efficiency at the Federal Reserve. I'm also pleased that Governor Mickey Bowman has been confirmed as Vice Chair for Supervision at the board. Governor Bowman has been a tireless advocate for community banks, and this committee is eager to work with her on policies that enhance our bank's ability to provide greater access to capital and services for our families and businesses across.
Do you ever get a deal on tariffs with EU or
forward to
Canada
today's
or
hearing,
Mexico?
And I'll
No.
go back the balance of my time. I'll now recognize Mr. Foster on behalf of the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman is thanking Mr. Chairman.
We'll save everyone a little bit of time. Ranking Member Waters was unavoidably detained. I'll just say a little bit that the markets have kind of spoken on their confidence in the Trump economy. Probably the single simplest metric of that is that the U.S. dollar is down roughly 10%. Okay, this is not a small thing, and it has caused countries around the world to question the primacy of the U.S. dollar going forward. This is one of the worst market responses, I think, to the chaos that we're seeing, the tariffs that are very destructive to international trade, and just everything that the markets are seeing and trying to suffer through. I know I'm contacted all the time by businesses in my district, manufacturing businesses that can't even start thinking about investing.
Where's Tesla
with the
support
level of
today?
chaos just from the tariff policy alone. Anyway, there's a long set of things we should be talking about, and I'm happy to save some people some time, and let's get
There's
to
a little bit of support down at
Yields back.
40.
I recognize the chairman of the task force on monetary
35,
policy, treasury
30,
market resilience, and
but
economic prosperity.
kinda falls
Mr.
off
Lucas
to the
for 1 minute
downside.
for an opening statement.
Thank you.
I would
Mr.
say
Chairman.
40 is
Today's hearing
probably
will
the
allow
most
us to
important
evaluate
support to the
state of
downside
economy
here.
and review the FOMC's policy decisions. It's appropriate to regularly take a step back and assess the central bank's performance and its responsiveness to the economic conditions our constituents face back home. This hearing is particularly timely conversation as the Fed wraps up its 5-year framework review, including a thorough look at the consensus statement, communication strategy, and other guiding policies that will have a profound effect on the lives of every American. Many of these topics we'll discuss today, we've taken a closer look at in the Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience,
yeah, I can probably make it a
Economic
little
Prosperity
louder.
Task Force. I look forward to
Let me know how
building
that
on
is.
these conversations here. One issue that I think warrants special attention is the binding nature of the SLR and ESLR on the Treasury market intermediation. I'm glad to see the Fed is looking into this tomorrow, and I hope we'll see meaningful action soon. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here. It's critically important that Congress and the central bank have an open dialogue. Transparency, accountability, honest communications are pillars of our system's success. I look forward to your testimony on the state of the economy and the Fed's plans for the future. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize the ranking member of the task force on monetary policy, treasury market resilience, and economic prosperity, Mr. Vargas, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and thank you, Chairman Powell, both for your years of public service and for being here today. Since 1977, the Fed has been tasked by Congress with its dual mandate goals of achieving both maximum employment and stable prices. Unfortunately, this administration has made accomplishing these goals more difficult. In the Fed's most recent summary of economic projections, we see a forecast for slower growth, stickier inflation, and rising unemployment, all of which point to a potential stagflation scenario. Whether it's the president's indecision on trade policy, his hiring freezes impacting the collection of economic data, his ballooning of the deficit to cut taxes for the wealthy, or his name-calling, all of these actions make it tougher for the Fed to do its job. I look forward to your testimony today, Mr. Powell, Chairman Powell, and I yield back with that.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we do welcome the testimony of the Honorable Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chairman Powell, we thank you for taking time to be with us. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony, and without objection, your written testimony will be made part of the record. You're now recognized for 5 minutes. Mike.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member, and other members of the committee. It's great to be back here today. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our dual mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Incoming data suggests that the economy remains solid. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment in recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged a moderate 224,000 per month in the first 5 months of the year. The unemployment rate at 4.2% in May remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years have helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total personal consumption expenditures, or PCE prices, rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. With the labor market at or near maximum employment and inflation remaining somewhat elevated, the Federal Open Market Committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% since the beginning of the year. We've also continued to reduce our holdings of Treasury and agency mortgage-backed securities, and beginning in April, further slowed the pace of this decline to facilitate a smooth transition to ample reserve balances. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Policy changes continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that would depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll now turn to member questions. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Over the past few weeks, our Democratic colleagues have suggested the following. After the initial release of the GDP report, the president is driving the economy into a recession. Chairman Powell, the latest FOMC statement described economic activity had to continue to expand at a solid pace, and you just reiterated that in your testimony this morning. In your view, is the term
Thank you, not
recession
sure.
and the
I
economy
reclaim my
growing at a
time.
solid pace, are those synonymous with each other?
I would say no.
And you note that the labor market continues strong, the economy's at a standard pace, and you also referenced in your testimony that that first quarter GDP initial react was also from front-end loading, as you noted, imports to try to avoid tariff impacts. Also, I looked at the Atlanta Fed GDP Now model, which forecasts GDP growth for the second quarter of this year at nearly 4%, with core GDP forecast at 2%. Does that Atlanta model suggest a recession to you?
No, I would say it doesn't.
So in looking at your remarks about tariffs today and then the ones that you made during March and April, I was looking back at a Fed study that noted that up until March, tariffs have already been partially passed through in consumer prices, leading to a contribution of merely 1/10 percentage point increase in core PCE prices. And a Harvard study last week showed that prices have only modestly adjusted since the announcement of tariffs. Finally, the longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with the 2% goal. Governor Waller laid out a pathway that allows for rate cuts provided that average effective tariff rates remain close to 10%, or I assume he means 10% or lower. The labor market remains solid, prices continue to disinflate. So given that data I've outlined, I'm sure data that you're very familiar with, for the economy to avoid persistent inflation, do you concur with Governor Waller that there is a pathway for good news as it relates to the regulatory policies, the tax policies that I've discussed, in a world with lower tariff rates?
So first, I wouldn't comment on any other FOMC members' comments one way or the
Sold
other.
puts
but
at
I will say this.
75.
I think
Bob
many
puts sold
paths
calls
are
at 80.
possible here, and certainly the one you
So
mentioned
80 is a
is
little bit of a
possible one. We
resistance
could
to
see
the upside move here,
inflation
which
come in
is
not as
pretty
strong as we
obvious.
expect.
Well, I guess not
And
that
if that were the
obvious,
case,
but
that
a little
would tend
obvious
to,
out there on the
suggest cutting sooner. We could see the labor market
the
weakening,
gamma.
and that would also suggest cutting sooner. On the other hand, if we see inflation coming in higher, or if the labor market were to
70-75 range poses a little bit of
remain
resistance, though.
strong, then we would probably be moving later. So I think a range of possible paths are possible, and certainly the one you mentioned is one of them.
In February of
Pushing up
2021,
above 68 probably
you
gives us some
told us in this committee that
leverage
you
to
would
keep
stay in
moving
your
a little
lane
bit
and not
higher.
comment on President Biden's proposal for the American Rescue
There
Plan.
is
or sharper
quite a lot of sold
increase in
calls
federal
above 60,
spending.
90.
And, you said it was an issue, but that you would stay in your lane and not comment on it. But here in this year, you have commented on this idea of tariffs being set by the executive branch. So are tariffs in your lane, but a huge fiscal spending by the Biden administration not in your lane? Explain to the committee why you chose to be silent in February of 21, but outspoken this
That's
spring.
exactly how it works.
We haven't commented, and it would be inappropriate for us to comment on the policy of tariffs. We don't have a view, it's not our job, and we just wouldn't do that. And just as we wouldn't comment on the reconciliation package that you're working on right now. We're not commenting on tariffs. What our job is inflation, keeping inflation under control, and also keeping maximum employment. And when policies have what appear to be short and medium-term implications, meaningful implications for that, then they kind of, not the policies themselves, but the inflation becomes our job.
Yeah. You know my views on price stability. I think it's a first among equals in your dual mandate. I've argued for that. I've introduced legislation to make the dual mandate the sole mandate, and we've talked about that before. But I was very curious about your thoughts on former president of the Cleveland Bank, Loretta Mester's quote that I read from last fall. She says, "I think that maximum employment is the maximum level of employment consistent with price stability." In other words, she elegantly ties that together, that price stability is what you can have more control over rather than all these other factors that enter the employment picture, like legislative and executive branch. What's your thought about her quote?
I personally think that's a very reasonable way to think about it.
Thank you very much. I yield back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Chair Powell, and thank you for being here. Last week, the FOMC decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. While I was not surprised by the decision to hold rates steady, I was surprised by the committee's revised forecast since March, which represented a decrease of 0.3 percentage points for GDP, a similar increase for core PCE, and an uptick in the unemployment rate to 4.5%. Can you explain the incoming data that the committee has seen since March that caused it to make these adjustments?
Sure. So, first of all, these are individual. This is not a committee forecast. These are just individuals submitting their own personal, forecasts.
Bot calls at
And
70,
we request those as
75,
a
some
committee.
bot calls coming in
But,
at
I
85
think
as
people are
well.
looking at the incoming data and having a range of different judgments.
Some
If you
bot
look at
puts
the
coming in at
range, if you
spot,
look
but
at
not
the,
many.
The central tendency, you'll see that it covers quite a wide range. Those are the medians that you're talking about. I think so. Inflation is projected to have moved up because of what we've seen, particularly from tariffs. And I think if you look at other outside forecasters, you'll see very much the same thing.
And
the
what
same is also
data are
true.
you looking for?
Well, we look at the incoming data on, we look at our own forecast and we ask ourselves what's likely to happen. Monetary policy has to be forward-looking. A forecast is a prediction of what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you. In its statement, the committee announced that it will continue to monitor the implications of incoming data and adjust the stand of monetary policy as appropriate. Some analysts predict 2 rate cuts by the end of the year are still on the table. Is this a fair and accurate assumption? And what incoming data will the committee need to see to consider these cuts?
So what will actually happen with rates is going to depend on the path of the economy, and that's highly uncertain. So I would just say what that means at this moment in time is that a significant majority of the committee, but also there's a pretty significant minority that doesn't agree, but a significant majority feels it will be appropriate to reduce rates later this year. And what that means is that each of those persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year, they think that there's some state of the world where inflation doesn't prove to be as high, or the labor market weakens, or some combination of those two things, that it will turn out to be more likely than not appropriate to reduce policy rates, subject to great uncertainty.
If we get
I mean,
support
will-
at 70
you know,
and
the
then
story
push
has
up
been
for
evolving,
75,
and
80.
our thinking has been adapting, and that will continue.
Thank you. Chair Powell, although
Looks
a
pretty
ceasefire
convincing so
has
far.
been,
Somebody bought a
tentatively
4,000
reached in the
puts
Middle East,
at
the
6,100.
situation still has the potential to open global and energy markets, especially if the ceasefire is broken, while at this point Iran is seen as unlikely to close the Strait
bought.
of Hormuz. That decision could change. How is the Fed assessing the current situation and incorporating those assessments as it considers future adjustment to economic projections and its stand on monetary policy?
So I think it's too early to know what any economic implications might be, and I would not want to speculate. Like everyone else, we are, of course, watching the situation.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, after reviewing the economic data following the meeting last week, it seems to me that the committee is indicating that we could be headed for a situation where inflation accelerates while unemployment rises and growth become more sluggish. In this scenario, this will put the Fed's dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability in tension with one another. In this scenario, how does the Fed balance these priorities in order to achieve both mandates?
So let me say that we're not facing that right now, and that isn't really our forecast that we will face such an issue in a serious way. But if that does happen, then what we do is we look at the two goals and we see which one of them is farther from its goal. Two variables, is maximum employment or price stability farther from its goal, and we prefer the one that's farther than its goal. And then we also ask ourselves, how quickly will they return to goal? It's a very difficult situation for any central bank, and I would say again, we're not in that situation right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The Vice Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Heising of Michigan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hill and Chair Powell. Good to see you again. I got a lot to cover, so we're going to try and keep this concise. But following up a bit on what Chair Hill had been talking about, you had said in January 29, 2025, quote, "We don't know what will happen with tariffs, with immigration, with fiscal policy, and with regulatory policy." I would add energy into that, by the way. "We need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make a plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. This is no different than any set of policy changes at the beginning of the administration." However, December 18 of 2024 at the FOMC press conference, you noted, and I'm paraphrasing, that some Federal Reserve officials began to incorporate preliminary conditional estimates of how fiscal policies might impact the economy into their forecasts. This seems inconsistent, and I sidebarred with the chair to say, okay, did I hear this correctly, his question and sort of your answer? What I heard is that there was a belief that the IRA would not be inflationary, but that tariffs could be. Therefore, suddenly you and others were commenting on tariffs. And for the institution, I know you try to be consensus-driven. Why are there FOMC participants making fiscal policy assumptions into their forecasting when you yourself said that fiscal policies need to be articulated before the FOMC can make a plausible assessment into their implications, what those will be? And I think if there's different participants having different assumptions, that would render the SEP, Summary of Economic Projections, biased, meaningless, useless, less impactful, and when you're not comparing apples to apples. So wouldn't it make more sense for all the forecasters to make the same fiscal policy assumptions at the same time? Or if not, shouldn't each participant disclose what assumptions that they're using and building into that? So here's the question.
So that's a great question. That really, when the Summary of Economic Projections was originally designed and put into effect in this way, the way it works is that individuals are free to make whatever assumptions they want, and they do disclose them. They disclose them in their speeches and things like that. So there will be situations where some people incorporate something and others don't, and we try to be transparent about that. But that's kind of the way it works. When I say we don't take it into account, I'm really talking about policy and the committee as a whole, where we won't take things into account until we know.
And you believe that the participants disclose their assumptions when they're doing their forecasts?
Well, I think they do that in their speeches. Each people go out. You may have noticed there are a lot of speeches.
Well, I guess the opaqueness of the Fed has been something over the arc of my 15 years on this committee has been one that has been debated greatly, including auditing the Fed and a number of other things that have gone on. I've got here a brief moment. I do feel like I need to touch on interest rates. Not to be a shock, you asked how the family business was doing back in Michigan. Families involved in sand and gravel and aggregates and construction and things like that. It's been strong. We need more labor. We need a few other things on that, what's happening. But I mean, I think there's no recession. That's been established. There's no hyperinflation, or certainly not as what some had been projecting. Yet there seems to be higher than expected, or certainly desired interest rates for many of us. And I'm curious how high interest rates, they hurt Americans who are paying car loans, credit cards, mortgages. You had FHFA Director Pulte asking for lower interest rates.
What's up, Ben?
Obviously impact home buyers as well.
Hanging in there, man. Good to see you.
So what is it that's keeping,
coming back?
in your mind, the Fed from what many of us believe is the right thing to do, which is to lower some interest rates, and by the way, match what the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, the European Central Bank, the Swiss Central Bank,
How you
a number
been?
of emerging
Fine?
central banks, by the way.
Didn't we
that's your
talk
own
to each
assessment
other
on page
last night?
33, as where you're laying that out. Why aren't we doing what the rest of the world
Chance
is
to go
doing?
down with
Is it because
positive gain
we're
with the
at full
downside
employment?
falling off.
Is it because of those
Decent,
tariff
especially
concerns that you said
failing at a
weren't
lower high
part
here.
part of the analysis? Was it energy, groceries, durable goods? Why?
So you're right that if you just look in the rearview mirror and look at the existing data that we've seen, you can make a good argument that that would call for us to be at a neutral level, which would be, a couple of cuts or maybe more kind of thing. The reason we're not is the forecast by all professional forecasters that I know of on the outside and the Fed do expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the course of this year. When I said we weren't going to talk about tariffs and inflation, that was to say until we see what the policies are. And so now we know a lot more. It's 6 months since I said that. So anyway, I'd be happy to continue this with you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, last month there was research published in the Journal of Urban Health that found that more than half of Black women of reproductive age, that's the term they use, in the counties that I represent, that had experienced some sort of eviction during their lifetime. So that's like 50% of Black women in the two largest county, Wayne County and Oakland County in Michigan. And these numbers are horrific. As you know, were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
And evictions are often very traumatic experience, but also it creates a cycle of poverty, but also this instability for many families. But especially when it comes to a lot of our Black neighbors, the access to equity, the access to housing is diminished even more. In Michigan, we lost more Black home ownership than any other state in the country during the last recession. So we know the housing crisis, I believe, is structural, and some may say it's a policy choice. While there are many factors at play, and you know this, Chairman, high mortgage rates, the finance rates and so forth, that drag the supply of new housing. But last month, new housing hit a 5-year low. Are you familiar with that?
No worries, man. Well, it's good to see you.
What statistic you are referring to?
Okay, I don't know. There was all this articles about the housing market and the impact of tariffs and so forth, and they said, again, it hit a 5-year low. And again, I'm getting this from a source. But this sets the market up for higher inflation and more burdensome housing costs to years to come. So Chairman Powell, I'm looking at this monetary whatever policy framework that you guys have put together. Do you think that the way it's structured, and again, I'm trying to understand how you're looking at this in the housing crisis, do you believe it's eroding new rental supply under construction right now, leading to high inflation in future years?
So I think there are two things going on quickly. One is just there's a longer run shortage of housing in the United States, which there's nothing that the Fed can do about. That's not something we can affect.
Well,
there's also, if I may say, in the short run, rates are high, and that's going to weigh on housing activity. But the best thing we can do for the housing market, the absolute best thing, is to restore price stability so that rates come down and so that rates can be at a level that people can afford.
But don't you think that the restrictive monetary policy the framework you all put together undermines long-term price stability right now by reducing the supply?
No, I mean, I think
But
it
you're
restores
reducing
restores
supply.
price stability. The point of higher rates is to, and
So
it
you don't think
does
the
affect.
higher rates is impacting future supply of housing?
So I think what that does is, I think interest-sensitive sectors like housing are very much directly affected when we cut rates or when we raise rates. That's right. But that's part of the mechanism for restoring general price stability.
So keeping
No
the high
worries,
interest
Ben.
rates does not impact future supply of housing?
It does not, over the long.
I need to go back to talk to
Over the long run,
women that the study.
Fed will not be, our policy will not be a driver of longer run housing.
Well, he's still relevant.
Let me
He's
ask you,
got
what is the
a.
difference?
He's
Now,
like part of the
honestly,
government
I
now.
want to learn here, and I'm sure people listening to this want to learn. What is the difference between demand-driven rent inflation and supply-driven rent inflation? Like, you guys use these terminologies. What is that? How do I communicate that to the public? What is the
I've been
difference
doing good though.
between
Take a drink every time he talks about his
supply-driven
goals.
versus demand-driven rent?
You know, those are not terms that we use particularly often,
What's
but
supply-driven formula? You guys-
that would mean, you know, that there's not enough supply to meet demand, but at the same time, it also means there's more demand than there is supply.
So are you guys ignoring that?
No, but as I said again, our policies will not affect in the long run,
No, I'm being
either
serious,
demand
because I
or
see somebody
supply
behind you
in
kind of
housing.
check. I'm being serious, y'all. We're talking about a housing crisis that is getting worse right now because we're not paying attention to future
we go.
instability that the current rates, and you can raise your eyebrows and all this stuff behind. I don't know. I mean, do you understand? Like, I come from a community right now that I believe is now being impacted by the current framework that you're putting together, that I do feel like it's going to be long-term effects on the housing crisis, and you're ignoring it.
No, we're not, actually. We think the very best thing we can do is to fully restore price stability at the aggregate level. That will be the best thing for homeowners and for home
Even though the
builders and
housing
everybody
supply
else.
has been
In the
impacted by the
long
high
run, that
interest.
is the single
But
thing
Chairman
that
Powell,
Congress
you
has
see where
This is
I'm
insisted
all
coming
on.
from.
sold calls up
Do you see where
here.
I'm
Not
coming from? It is
all
impacting
sold
future
calls up
supply of
here,
housing,
but
right?
there are sold
Not in
calls
the
up
long
here.
run, no.
Okay, well, Mr. Chair.
80 and 85. There's a
Gentleman
lot
from
of sold
Wisconsin,
calls
Mr.
at
Stiles, is
90
also
and
the chair of our subcommittee on
6100.
Digital assets, financial technology, and artificial intelligence. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. I want to dive into two actions the Fed's recently taken
Still look like
to get a little
60,
additional color
75
on.
can
Yesterday,
happen to the
the
upside?
Fed announced
Yeah, I
that
think so.
reputational risk would no longer
I think we
be a
could even
component
push
of
out to
banking
90,
exams.
maybe for
I
a
view
little
that
bit.
positively. I viewed,
But we are starting to build a little
reputational
bit of
risk as
support at
often,
65,
being a
60.
catch-all for political bias.
And there's
I
some
think it's a
put selling
positive to
going on at
depoliticize
75
banking
right
exams and
now.
instead focus on
Again,
the
I
core
think there'll be a
measures of
lot of
risk.
chop
Could you
today.
provide color as to whether or not any new or new information came to light that led to the decision of the Fed to remove that yesterday?
I'm not aware of any new information. No, we just think it's the right thing to do, and of course made an announcement on Monday under Governor Bowman's, Vice Chair Bowman's leadership.
Why would it not have been done previously if it's the right thing to do? I agree with you, it's the right thing to do. Why was it? Any timeline as to why that was done yesterday versus previously?
No, I think this is a problem that we came to understand as a problem over the course of the last couple of years, and began considering what's going on here. We're hearing a lot of reports of debanking and that sort of thing, and over the course of really 2024, came to the view that this was a serious problem that we need to address, and we've said that publicly, and now we're doing this, and so are the other agencies, by the way.
I appreciate you taking that action. I do agree that there were real political bias in some of those exams, in particular as it related to regulated entities engaged in the digital asset space. Let me shift into the digital asset space if I can. Another action recently taken by the Fed, the Novel Activities Supervision Program was ended and withdrew several statements on digital asset related risks that deterred bank involvement in particular. You in the Fed and others at the Fed have spoken positively about the House and Senate work to regulate stablecoin in particular, a real opportunity to dollarize the globe and be a significant purchaser of U.S. Treasuries. Following that action by the Fed, have you seen an identifiable shift in banks or other regulated entities as it relates to engagement in the digital asset space?
You know, I wouldn't be the one to be picking that up first, but what I do see is a very significant change in the tone, and it really does reflect evolving thinking and the evolving status of the crypto industry, and I would expect over time we'll see more activity.
How is the Fed evaluating and overseeing banks or other regulated entities that are
I
in
think
the
we
digital
aren't going to
assets
see
and crypto
6K
space?
today. Why
Our
would
view
we
is
go to
that
6?
Banks get to decide who their customers are. That's not our decision. And so banks are free to provide banking services.
When I left, we were at 5,000. What caused the recovery?
Crypto companies.
The majority of the recovery, basically all of it, was driven by Trump pulling back the 100% sanctions
Let me shift gears, 'cause I
on
wanna give you just a
China
little bit of an opportunity to comment
temporarily
on-
while we
on the
negotiate a
housing,
trade deal.
sector once again,
Although
to give you a little freedom
those tariffs are still
into that
expected to come
area.
back at a
You correctly
55%
trying to
rate.
balance, inflation, and
So
price
right
stability,
now, I think the
but
market's
also
basically
higher rates
pricing
have a significant
in
impact, on
that
housing
tariffs will be
market, shelter and
removed
housing costs, are a
entirely.
significant driver of why many families can't afford the things that they
And
need.
I'm
Can you
not.
provide color as to how you're
I'm not quite sure
analyzing,
that's going to be the outcome.
the impact that housing and shelter costs
But
have on
bulls have
families and on
been
inflation,
reticent
with your desire to maintain price stability at the
to
interest
buy
rates,
much
that is currently
higher
set by the Fed.
than like
So,
these
you know,
current
we realize
ranges.
that people are feeling high.
Like this, like
housing costs,
6,000 to
financing costs.
6,100 range. The
In
top
terms of
side of it
inflation,
has been.
we look at something
not
called owner's
popular.
equivalent rent and rentals, and that's meant to capture both.
And then we have,
rented
there's
housing
some
and
other
owned housing.
geopolitical issues
And
as
it's
well.
been
But I
very
think
sticky.
I think
It's
tariffs
been
have been the
one of
majority of the
stickiest
recovery.
parts of
Some
inflation.
promises
I'm happy
that
to say
the
now
debt
it
ceiling
actually
is
is
going to get
coming down quite
raised,
regularly. That's very good news.
rates are going to
That's
get
been
cut,
part- really, it's been the
and
service
you know
inflation that's been
we're going to
stickier
issue
than
more debt and
parts of
increase
inflation. So
spending. Are
that's good news for people, I think. It is
possible
showing
like
through into
tailwinds
inflation.
going out
Again,
into like
in
the
long
second
run,
half
best
of the
thing we
year,
can do is
but
restore price stability and let the market work.
again,
Even then, though,
still
we're
something
still
we're
gonna
not
have a
entirely
housing
sure is
shortage.
going to happen.
What data do you think is leading to the reduction in the rent equivalent?
I just think it took time. So the thought is when you would think that if rents come up every year, you would think it would take 1 year or 2 years for a lack of growth in rents to show up in a lack of growth in housing prices. It turns out it takes 4 years or 3 years. If you're an existing tenant, it's a complicated thought, but if you're an existing tenant,
This looks like it's on track to
don't actually
retest at
catch
least
up
80.
the way you would if new
We
tenants
could
came.
technically
And so that's
push
made
out
the
to
measurement
90.
of inflation stickier. But I'm happy to say we've been through that.
Above
period, and
90
we are really seeing now.
Kind of looks tough.
housing
At least
services
hard to
inflation
hold.
Pretty close to where it was when inflation was solidly at 2%.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate that your dual mandate is full employment and price stability, and I appreciate your efforts on behalf of our country to achieve those. My understanding is that critical data is collected by the Bureau of Labor Statistics to help formulate the indicators that you rely on, that we rely on to understand unemployment rates, CPI, and other inflation indicators. We are certainly hearing a lot about the impacts of DOGE on our workforce, and specifically about the elimination of many of those positions in BLS. And now we have a proposal in front of Congress to cut $56 million from that agency. Are you concerned about the ability of your team to get accurate data and about the ability to have reliable indicators to make good decisions upon?
I wouldn't say that I'm concerned about the data today, although clearly there has been a very mild degradation of the scope of the surveys and things like that. But I would say the direction of travel is something I'm concerned about, and that is measuring the U.S. economy carefully and well is a project that's been going on, and we're getting better at it for 100 years and more. And it's really important, not just for the Fed, but for Congress and for businesses, frankly, to know what really is going on in the economy. What's happening? Is growth high? Is it low? And all those sorts of things. So I think it's a smart investment to just continually try to get better at measurement of what's happening in the economy. And I don't like to see that, the kind of stories I'm reading and the idea being that the data is going to become more volatile and less reliable. That'll make it more difficult for the private sector and for you and for us, and I don't like to see that direction.
I agree, thank you. I appreciate that it's not your role to comment on the advisability of specific policies, but given your critical role in ensuring price stability and reducing inflation, I have had conversations with, quite recently, just a week ago, with a C-suite executive of a major global retailer who informed me, because I asked, why aren't we seeing the impact of these tariffs and price data yet? And he said, it's coming in the third quarter, because it takes time for tariffs to work their way through a distribution chain. Often what you have on the shelf today may have been imported 2 or 3 months ago. Is that your understanding? Do you anticipate there may be impacts down the road?
Yeah, that's very much what I hear. I happened to meet with an unusually large number of business people in this last FOMC cycle, and that's a typical thing that they'll say, especially the retailers, that what's being sold now was in inventory in February, let's say, and it just isn't showing up yet. So we do expect to show up, tariff inflation to show up more, but I want to be honest, we really don't know How much of that's going to be passed through to the consumers, we just don't know. And we won't know until we see it. It could be lower than we expect. It could be higher. We have to wait and see, which is kind of what we're doing.
I appreciate the uncertainty. Another thing he told me that had me very concerned was that often they will increase prices on goods not subjected to tariffs to compensate for the very substantial losses they have to suffer with the increase of tariffs on relatively price elastic goods. So in other words, necessities will also tend to bear a higher price, even if they're not subjected to tariffs. Is that your understanding of the potential impacts?
You know, that very much is something that companies will tell you that they do. If they can't cover the losses on the thing that's being tariffed, they'll find other ways to do it. We actually don't have prominent examples of that yet, but that's certainly a possibility. And that did happen in the last tariff episode with washing machines and dryers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And finally, you know, there's indications in the introduction of the report that the Fed is losing its ability, as we see interest rates getting closer and closer to the minimum threshold, the ability to stimulate this economy in times of recession. We haven't had a recession, or at least we haven't had an extended recession in a decade and a half. I am particularly concerned now as we are looking at debt.
I think oil's fairly
being
priced for the
considered
risk right now.
to be imposed on future generations
no.
by this particular bill.
I think
Would there
oil's
be a
pretty cheap right
combination
now.
of very high debt and very little room to move in monetary policy that could undermine our ability to respond to the next recession?
So we faced that issue quite a bit in the era of very low interest rates. But, you know, we're at higher levels of interest rates now, so there was significantly more room to cut than there was then.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thanks for being here today. Appreciate it. I want to go back to something we had some brief discussions about this in the past, but in September of 2024, with core inflation still being above target and the labor market was holding steady at the time, the Fed made a decision to cut rates by a full 0.5 percentage point. It kind of raised some serious questions as to whether or not the data truly supported such a move at that time, and I think some of us were surprised that it was a full 0.5%. So can you revisit that again, what the Fed was thinking at that time? Because it seems to be somewhat of an enigma now. It stands out as, you know, why was this done? Why was the 0.5% done at that point?
I'd be glad to. So, first of all, actually the inflation and employment readings were very similar then to what they are now. They weren't terribly different, a tenth or two.
Right.
But the difference then was, you mentioned that the labor market was stable. It wasn't. The unemployment rate had actually gone up almost a full percentage point. I was very clear about this. We were very clear about it in real time too. The concern at that time was that there really hasn't been an experience, or hadn't been an experience in the modern era, in which the unemployment rate has gone up close to 1% that hasn't been followed by much higher levels of unemployment and a recession. So we were looking at that and saying, and remember, at the point we're talking about, the federal funds rate was 5.3%, so definitely a very restrictive level. We were the last of the big central banks to cut. So we wanted to make a statement that we were supportive of the labor market and not just inflation. We've been focusing on inflation. I was quite clear about this. So that it was all about the labor market. Inflation was the same, and unemployment was roughly the same, but it was the rate of change with the unemployment rate that raised a lot of concerns. And remember, we were being criticized for being late to cut. So we could have done 25. If we'd done 25 in July, we were criticized for not cutting in July. Instead, we cut 50 in September, and it seemed like the right thing to do. You know, and at the end of the day, we do what we think is the right thing when we think it's the right thing to do. We don't take into consideration political factors. If we start doing that, I don't know where that stops. Once you start considering elections and stuff like that, where does it stop? You know, so
And I didn't want to insinuate that it had anything to do with the election itself, but there just seems to be some very similar numbers right now. And I'm wondering, and I don't bring this up because I want to kind of make a point about did the Fed do the right thing or not. I bring it up because it seems like everything's in place right now to kind of do the same thing, make the same move. I know this morning already, you've talked a little bit about where you were on inflation right now and kind of what you're watching, but is there any lesson there? I mean, are we in a position where it would be appropriate to do something as big as a 0.5% cut again?
Well, look, as I said earlier, if you just look at the basic data and don't look at the forecast, you would say that we would have continued cutting. The difference, of course, is at this time, all forecasters are expecting pretty soon that some significant inflation will show up from tariffs. Now, and we can't just ignore that. But we're just saying let's wait and see more. That's all we're doing. And if you will have noticed, a substantial majority of the committee has written down rate cuts in the remaining 4 meetings this year. So it's just a question of being prudent and careful. But at a time when the labor market is still strong, we don't see weakness in the labor market. If we did, that would change things. We're going to continue to adapt as the data adapt. But that is the difference between then and now. Then, inflation was forecasted to continue to come down. Here, it's forecasted to go up by all forecasters. So, and again, we're not overreacting to that. We're just saying, hey, as long as the economy's strong, we can take a little bit of a pause here. And that's what we're doing. And again, continue to adapt as the data comes in. If we see data that suggests that inflation's not going to produce big increases, that would matter. And if we saw the labor market weakening, that would matter too. But we don't see those things.
What about supply chain? In 2020, that was a big issue, obviously related to COVID. But I know myself and other members, when we're in our districts and we're specifically talking to light manufacturing, there's concerns about the supply chain. Is that part of the data package that you review when you make a decision about where we're headed in the future?
Very much so. I think that's
We're
one
kind
of
of
the
pinging
one of the
off
great,
ES resistance here. There
going
may be
great
something
thing.
to watch out for.
Lessons to be taken from the last episode is supply chains really matter. We're watching that carefully. It's too soon to say really on that. We're not seeing it yet, but we could.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. The gentleman from New Jersey, Scott Heimer, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as a
It's like
member of the
129
Intelligence Committee, I'm
resistance
deeply
on
concerned about the
ES
threat of Iranian
is
cyber attacks on our financial
acting
system
as
as retaliation for
a
our
fairly
strikes on
strong
American
resistance at
facilities.
this
In
point,
the cybersecurity
and we
report
might
last
need
year,
to
the
pull
Fed
back
acknowledged critical
further,
infrastructure, including financial
maybe back to
services,
like
at risk of
6,100
rising geopolitical
before
tensions.
moving
Iran
higher.
has a history of targeting American infrastructure companies and financial institutions
So
and banks,
this is like
which could
the
obviously threaten and cause economic damage. What actions is the
second
Fed
test
taking
in
now to
this
monitor and
in the
defend against
session
Iranian
of
or
this level
proxy cyber threats
that has
targeting our
failed to
country's
push
financial
well
institutions?
hold above it.
So we're in
after-
touch with the other regulators and the parts of the government that
For
that work
prior
on
tests.
cyber, as you know, and we're in
Like
touch
there's
with
definitely
banks
some
to
buyers
say, for
down
people to
around
be
like
on the alert for
110 or
things
so,
like that to happen. And also, we're on
110,
the alert because we're a target as well.
109,
So you're
but,
right to raise it. It's a big issue.
it's proving a
I feel
little
like you
bit
have the
difficult to
resources
push up higher.
right now to be prepared for that?
So
Yes,
something
I
to
think we
think
do.
about,
We're-
I think.
We spend a lot, and the government generally spends a lot on these things, and but you can never ever be comfortable in this area because the bad guys are always getting better, so we need to get better.
Thank you, Chairman. Switching gears, the president and members of his administration have recently called you out, various name calling for certain decisions you've made. I know that some people worry that the president's bullying will impact your decision making. I know you work together, and I know that and respect, obviously, your independence greatly. Anything you want to add and give you a chance to reiterate your independence to the American people?
Yeah, I would just say we're focused on one thing, and that is we want to deliver a good economy for the benefit of the American people. That's it. And anything else is kind of a distraction. I don't mean to refer to any particular thing, but we stay focused on that task all the time. We always do what we think is the right thing to do. And, we live with the consequences. And that's, I don't know
About
how else to do the job.
45 SPX.
Right,
It's
for the name
like
calling, Mr. Too Late and all that stuff. The American people shouldn't worry about that. You're focused on being
60,
independent.
55.
That's what I care about. I care about doing the job for the American people. The things we do matter a lot for people's lives, and that really concentrates the mind. You want to just stay focused on that task. As long as you're sitting in these chairs that we occupy, focus on that task, do what you think is the right thing, and take the consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've previously stated that you view stablecoins as a form of money. Payment stablecoins are already being used for both retail and wholesale payments, as well as for settlement. Recently, this committee passed the Stablecoin Act and the Senate passed the Genius Act, both aiming to establish clear regulatory frameworks for fully reserved dollar-backed payment stablecoins. Given their design to maintain a stable value and be redeemable for U.S. dollars, should the SEC or other regulators explore treating these stablecoins as cash equivalents for accounting or financial reporting purposes?
So let me say, I think it's a great thing that bills are moving. We need a stablecoin framework on that particular issue. I don't have a view for you. I can come back to you on that.
I'd be grateful. Thank you. High rates have also caused, as we've discussed, the cost of paying off our nation's debt to skyrocket. The CBO estimates that interest payments will cost the U.S. $1 trillion in fiscal year 2026 and continue to rise to almost $1.8 trillion by FY 2035. How do you see us continuing to be able to afford to pay off our debt at this rate? And as the U.S. continues to borrow, how does that impact your decision to keep or cut rates? Obviously, foreign countries like Japan, who are significant buyers of our bonds, have started decreasing their purchases significantly. Other internal pressures worldwide are having that impact. Are you worried about this global issue?
Fiscal policy and it really is not our job, and it's not something we take into consideration in making monetary policy. That's really elected people's jobs, and I would add that, for some time now, the U.S. federal fiscal policy has been on an unsustainable path, and, I'll limit myself to that.
Last question. Last week, you chose to keep rates steady, and families in our state, as you'll hear from a lot of people today, are really struggling with the higher cost of borrowing and putting off bigger purchases on things like cars and homes. As a result, their wallets being crushed by these price hikes and obviously the president's tariffs. What do you have to say to Jersey families who are struggling with higher costs and how you look at how they should forecast themselves for their own families?
We're committed to returning inflation sustainably to 2% and keeping it there in the long run. And what we're doing now is we had cut rates by 100 basis points, so they've come down quite a bit. And when the time is right, I expect that will continue, and that will depend on economic factors, in the coming months for starters.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Nebraska, the chair of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Flood, you're recognized 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next time SJX
Chairman Powell, later this week, the
trouble is
banking
tariffs and
agencies
go down
will
to
be
4,900.
proposing changes to the supplementary leverage
Like
ratio,
in Feb to April.
which we think are long overdue, considering the Fed in 2021 indicated that they would soon put out proposals for reform to the SLR and never actually did. However, our understanding is that the proposal being considered this week will not allow for treasuries to be excluded from the SLR calculation. Secretary Bessent earlier this year had argued that such a change could serve as a boost for banks and their ability to intermediate in the treasury market and could potentially pull treasury yields down 30 to 70 basis points. Chairman Powell, do you agree with the Treasury Secretary's comments on the potential positive impact of SLR reform on the treasury market, and what is the rationale for not excluding treasuries from the SLR calculation in the proposed rule?
So I agree that when the leverage ratio is binding, it discourages banks from undertaking low-margin, fairly safe activities, such as mediation in the treasury markets. So this should encourage more mediation. I don't have a numerical estimate of how much that would matter, but I do think it would matter. I think it was important. I've supported leverage ratio reform for a very long time, since before 2012.
Sorry, did I not answer that? No, I don't.
In terms of
I don't think that's
the structure of the thing, I
a
think
reasonable
we're
assumption.
seeking comment on a particular proposal that doesn't involve exclusion, but we're also asking a question about exclusion.
Mr. Chairman, considering the Fed temporarily excluded treasuries from the SLR calculation during the COVID pandemic, were you aware of any safety and soundness or financial stability problems that arose as a result of that decision? And if not, why was that relief terminated in 2021?
So that was an emergency measure. From the beginning and end, it was an emergency measure. I think, my long-held view is that we should have a permanent measure, and now we're going to. And we have an open board meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and after I finish my hearing on the Senate side, and I'm very much looking forward to putting this proposal out for comment.
Thank you. In March, the Federal Reserve, together with the FDIC and the OCC, announced that they intend to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Act and replace it with the legacy CRA framework. Nearly 3 months have passed since this announcement. What is the status of this project?
Well, we're going to do what we said we were going to do. It's just a question of execution, and I think you'll see that coming. This would be so Vice Chair Bowman has the job of sequencing these things, and that one's certainly coming.
Do you intend to issue a proposal that will be a clean rescission and replacement of that rulemaking, or are you considering amendments to the legacy rule?
I honestly don't know. We'll come back to you on that.
Okay, so we should know more later this week?
We might, yeah.
Okay. Finally, I'd like to build off of what Congressman Stile asked previously on the Supervision of Novel Activities program. Do you feel any changes could be made to it to encourage innovation, and do you anticipate any such changes to the program?
I do, and I also think Governor Bowman, now Vice Chair Bowman, is someone who is actually deeply knowledgeable and experienced in supervision, and that hasn't really been the model. We've more had people who are experts on regulation. I think she brings a particular ability to move supervision in a healthy direction while also preserving safety and soundness, and that's what you mentioned is one of the dimensions in which I think that will be true.
Thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate your service to the country, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member of our full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, I appreciate that despite the repeated attacks by the president and his cabinet on you personally, that you stood your ground and you did not bow to pressure from Trump, especially given the current state of economic uncertainty due to his policies. Last week, the Fed held interest rates steady. Afterwards, you said that you and other experts continue to expect a meaningful
Like the stream.
amount
Yeah, if you
of
guys could.
inflation
Ooh.
due to tariffs, Trump's
There's a nice
tariffs.
bounce off
You said that
70.
it may take some time for the tariffs to work their way through the supply chain, but that you found, and I quote, many companies do expect to put some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain and ultimately to the consumer, quote, end quote. So while the president may try to claim other countries pay these tariffs, can you confirm that it is indeed consumers and businesses in the United States that will bear these costs?
So it can be anybody from the exporter, the importer, the retailer, the manufacturer, or the consumer that winds up paying these tariffs. In the beginning, it will be the importer that pays the tariff, but ultimately it will be spread out among those five, each of which will try very hard not to contribute, but in the end, the tariff will be paid, and all of the data suggests that at least some of that will fall, not all of it, but at least some of it will fall on consumers.
Well, you indicated it may take some time for tariffs to work their way through the supply chain. Would you elaborate on this, including when is it that we can see negative impacts to inflation from Trump's tariff policy?
So, the things that are being sold at retail now, they might have been put into inventory before the tariffs in February or March. So we think we should start to see this over the summer, in the June numbers and in the July numbers. And if we don't, I think we're learning here. If we see less pass-through, there aren't historical experiences we can consult here, really. So it may turn out that the pass-through is less or more than we think. And I think we're going to be learning. We'll get a number for June. An inflation number for June. We'll learn something then. We'll get it for July as we go through the summer. We should start seeing this. And if we don't, I think we're perfectly open to the idea that the pass-through will be less than we think. And if so, that'll matter for our policy.
Well, I've been talking with a lot of my constituents about these tariffs. And the question that comes up is, now, is this going to only hurt maybe the big businesses? What about our small business people? What about the people that we buy goods and services from every day in our communities? Is this going to hurt big business as well as small business?
Yes, I mean, I don't think it's, I think it will certainly, if you're a smaller company that maybe imports a single product, that's a common business model these days, then you may, if your product is tariffed, you may be the one that's affected significantly, whereas bigger companies have more resources and a more diverse product line.
Why do you think you can resist the president basically telling you what to do? What gives you that authority?
I don't think about it that way at all. I think I have a job that I'm sworn to do, and all I think of is how much people rely on us to get it right. You know, it really matters that we get it right, and that concentrates one's mind, and so that's what we think about at the Fed. We think about what's the right thing. You know, I have, all I want to do in what's left of my time at the Fed is have the economy be strong and have inflation be under control, have a solid labor market. I want to turn it over to my successor in that condition. Of course, that's what keeps me up at night, is to do that. And that's what I think about. That's the only thing I think about.
So how are you protected? By law, by Constitution? Where does your authority come from?
I think, you know, I've covered all that. I do think we're fully protected, and again, I don't think about that anymore. What I think about is let's just do our jobs, and that's what we do. You know, we don't talk about those issues at all, and all we do is do our jobs as best we can. And you know, it's not an easy job, but it's one we've willingly taken on, and very important that we remain focused just on the job and not on other things.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, our vice chair for communications, Mr. Lawler. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as recently as yesterday, Fed Governor Bowman indicated that if inflation pressures remain contained, the Fed should consider lowering rates, and said she is open to a rate cut in July. Governor Waller said very much the same. Do you believe that we are in a position where we may be able to cut rates in July?
So I would say this. I think if it turns out that inflation pressures do remain contained, then we will get to a place where we cut rates sooner rather than later. But I wouldn't want to point to a particular meeting. I don't think we need to be in any rush because the economy is still strong. The labor market is strong. If we were to see the labor market, you know, meaningfully weaken in a way that was concerning, that would matter for that decision. But if we see inflation, you know, continuing not to move up, we hadn't expected inflation to move up much. We do expect it to move in the summer, and if we see it not happening, you know, we'll learn from that.
The September 2018 Teal book suggested that the Fed, seeing through tariffs' inflationary effects, is an appropriate response so long as inflation expectations are firmly anchored and that the pass-through costs are relatively short-lived. Would you agree that this assessment from the Teal book still applies to today?
I would. Those are the exact factors that we cite when we talk about this situation, plus the size of the tariffs.
Right. So let's assess the current economic situation. The Monetary Policy Report states that longer-run inflation expectations, quote, continue to be broadly consistent with 2% inflation, unquote. And a Harvard study argued that despite the relatively quick price responses to tariff announcements, the overall magnitude of these changes remains modest. So if these conditions hold, is it not unreasonable to think that underlying inflation trends should continue its path towards 2%?
That's certainly a very defensible position. I think what others on the committee think, and what I think, is that this is a question we need to be careful with because it's different than it was in 2018. The difference is that we haven't had 2% inflation. In 2018, we hadn't had an inflation as high as 2% for a decade anymore. Right. This is a different situation. We haven't fully restored price stability, and another shock. We have to be careful. If there's a meaningfully large and sustained inflation shock, we have to be careful about that. And so, you know, I think we're just trying to be careful and cautious, and we really think that's the best thing we can do for the people that we serve. If that happens, we need to be there for it. And so, you know, we're in a difficult situation in deciding exactly when to move. But again, if we continue to see inflation come in and not prove up at the higher levels than we expect, then that would matter for our decision-making.
Chairman Powell, economist John Taylor once noted that the Federal Reserve should deviate from its own Taylor rule in the event of an oil shock, similar to the tariff scenario. A one-time price increase from an oil shock should not be accompanied with an increase in interest rates. Do you agree with that assessment?
I generally do, yes.
60.
Previously,
Gamma
you said
support
that
is
if you
gone.
wait for inflation to get back down to 2% to cut rates, you are already too late. You also said in November 2024 that inflation was on a sustainable path
Mostly.
to 2%.
There's still some
Given
delta down
that the
there.
FOMC believes that interest
And a
rates
50.
now are moderately restrictive and that an oil or tariff shock may not impact underlying inflation in a significant or meaningful way because, as the monetary policy report established, inflation expectations are firmly anchored, what is the reason not to cut rates?
Well, it's uncertainty about the size and potential persistence of the potential but highly uncertain inflation from tariffs. By the way, we
So there's still a
have
lot of
5
delta.
Taylor rules in the monetary policy report. 4 of them say that the policy rate is in the right range, and the other one calls for a hike.
Right.
Just for the record.
Well, back in the beginning of the Biden administration, okay, when we talk about inflation, they increased federal spending by $2.5 trillion each year. $5 trillion in new spending. That's what gave us inflation, by printing all of this new money and borrowing, and yet you did not respond to that by raising rates. In fact, you were late to raise rates.
No, I'm not.
And
I'm
now,
not there.
again, we see a situation where
Gentleman's time
you
is
are late to cut rates. That is the challenge here.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, jeez.
Chairman Powell, to the best of your knowledge, has
gotta trim that
President
shit
Trump
down.
put forward a coherent tariff policy? Is that your opinion?
Fucking
That is not a
Christ.
judgment,
Blow my
for
ears
me to
out.
make
Why
or
is his
to
mic
discuss.
10 times louder than everyone else's?
Well, what do you think?
Sir, it would be
You- I
inappropriate
mean,
for me.
you're
I don't
running
comment
our
on the president's
economy.
words or the president's
Does the
policy.
president, in your opinion, does he have a coherent tariff policy? You ought to have an opinion on that. You run our economy. This is your bailiwick. Do you think he's got a...
Why is he so breathy?
good
Because he's like
policy?
fucking 98.
Answer me.
I would never comment on the president of the United States in that way.
All right. What do you think our policy should be?
We play no role in either establishing or commenting on tariff policy or fiscal policy, for that matter.
Let
Not
me
our
tell you-
business. We have a specific mandate. We try to stick to it.
Let me tell you something, Chairman. In my state of Georgia, I got the fastest growing trade group down there. The Port of Savannah is indeed our nation's fastest growing party, and it's rising even more. The cost, the expenses, our business community is suffering. And I want to know what you think of our tariff policy. What do I tell my people?
He's
What
answered
do
this
we
4
tell the
fucking
American
times.
people? And you're a good man. I want to know the answer to this question. I want to know how you feel.
Should probably
This
be
whole
something
tariff,
like 35
it's a
to
tax increase.
65. But
It's
there's plenty of
running
people that are
people out of
older
business.
than 65
What
that
do
are
you think
perfectly
about that? Give me
sound
some
mentally.
sort of answer.
Maybe
Do
we
you
should just
think
test people.
anything about our tariff policy? Don't you feel you have a responsibility here? Are you afraid of President Donald
There's sold puts at 80.
Why don't you
Bought
deal
calls at
with
85. Sold calls at
Because
90.
our
It's still just
economy
chop. I
is
mean,
suffering
honestly,
in a mighty
just
bad
don't trade
way.
it.
And
sucks.
I've got to.
If you're gonna trade
represent
something, wait for like
my
a major test,
constituency.
and then like
And they
I don't know,
are.
sell something.
Let's take Georgia's agricultural sector. Mostly pecans and poultry and cotton exports. They've been hit hard by retaliatory tariffs from key trading partners like China.
I don't know. Let people retire and make way
Why
for the
are
next
you running away
generations.
from
They'd have
the
to pay
tariff
people
hike?
more.
Give us some
What are you, a communist?
understanding of that.
Honestly, this is just not our role. We are not a, an institution that comments on or analyzes the decisions that the president makes or the things that he runs for office on and is elected on and then does. That's just completely out of our lane. It's really inappropriate for me to have any comment on that. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Scott.
I prefer techno-democrat.
We're having these regional differences.
So you don't believe in paying people more money?
Our economy is in a bad way.
You know, this is really up to the voters. They didn't have to elect him.
President, you gotta get together.
Somebody could have ran against him.
We got
That's the problem, is no one wants these jobs, despite the millions of dollars in insider trading that they come with. You'd think more people would run.
Trade mechanism in the Savannah Port Authority. We're crushed in Georgia. My business folks are coming to
We're going on like 1.5 generations now that don't even know how the government works, let alone have the will to run for office.
that the Fed chairman feels about their experience in this tariff. I think we need to get you and the president together.
Gentleman's time has expired. Appreciate the gentleman from Georgia. Gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your time, and my name is Maria Salazar. I represent the city of Miami, which is one of the cities
There you go.
that's composed of Hispanic Americans and people that adore living the American dream. So, putting that into context,
I
wanted
agree.
to
The
ask
Greek
a few
method would be
questions
better.
about
There'd be less
labor
time in
laws.
office for them to make friends and collect
We
bribes.
agree with what the President Trump is doing, or what the administration is doing in deporting illegals, criminal illegals. We do not want Trenderagua. We don't really want people who have committed any type of crime, even more if they're illegals. And, but we do know that unfortunately what's happening right now, after 6 months of being.
I mean, this is
president
proof.
in
This is
office,
proof that our
that
government
we're losing thousands
is
and thousands
fucking
of workers,
bullshit.
what the ICE leadership has called
We have
damage. And most of those
40
people are working
odd
in
committee
freelance
members here,
construction, hospitality.
and one of the most important
The president said the other day
congressional
that
committees,
he understands that
House
these-
Financial
those hands are
Services.
needed. We're talking about
And
15% of the economy. Construction.
Not one of them
So my
has
question
avoided
is,
asking
what is the economic
Powell a fucking question about policy, which he has already stated 10 times he can't comment on.
hands being removed from those three main top sectors?
Like, this bitch is bringing up fucking immigration. I don't even know what side she's on. Does she like immigrants? She doesn't want criminals? I don't know. She's really wavering all over the place. But is also clearly like a second or third generation immigrant herself.
It's really reduced the amount of growth in the labor force. And so, at the same time, demand for workers has been coming down as well, because they've been coming down at
Let's
about
go
the
one
same.
drop at a time. Reduce the growth. Why don't we talk a little bit more? Because we want to continue growing. We're the #1 economy in the world. We need to continue growing. So you're saying that what's affecting the growth?
Well, there are two things that affect growth. One is growth in the labor force, more people working, and the other thing is productivity. How much do they produce per hour worked? And when you significantly slow the growth of the labor force, you will slow the growth of the economy. But I think, again, it's not for us to have a view on immigration policy.
Oh, no, I
can just
understand. It
report
was
that.
just my comments, but you do agree that if we don't have those hands, then we don't grow.
I think that growth will slow, and actually is slowing this year, and that's one of the reasons.
Well, we don't like that. So now let's talk about of the next 10 years, 2025 to 2035. Americans are not having enough kids, so that means that we need other people, right? So over the next decade, based on the current trends that I just explained to you and that you just
I think
reiterated,
to a person,
will there
not
be
one
enough
single person
workers to
or
fulfill
Congress member
the
on this
labor
committee
needs of our economy for
knows the purpose of the fucking committee they're on.
2035.
Well, I think labor economists do observe the phenomenon you're talking about, which is demand for labor going to be met by the domestic population, the native-born population, and the answer appears to be probably.
Have you guys ever watched like these testimonies from like back in the 80s?
That labor force over the next 10 years, what happens?
So many things will happen,
You had Congress people coming out and like proposing changes and shit to the Fed.
For example, artificial.
They brought like
intelligence
charts
could be
and
implemented
stuff.
in a way that creates widespread productivity.
They were like, let's talk about monetary policy. And now it's just like, let's get a soundbite for fucking whatever news agency's actually paying attention to this bullshit.
Because with productivity enhancing things, they typically take longer to be implemented, and then it takes a while for the gains to be shown. I think in the case of artificial intelligence, those gains are coming.
Don't elect uneducated people.
Than expected.
And during the time that those changes happen, then what happens? Our economy doesn't grow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but I mean, those who make immigration policy are entitled to weigh these factors. We
I
can
hear you.
report on what happens, but it's
know that.
really not our job.
I understand it's not. I just want to hear what you're thinking, what's your expertise based on those immigration laws that we're implementing right now. The last one, because I only have 30 seconds. Do you think that with everything that we have talked about, do you think that we can continue remaining, or the United States economy can continue being the #1 economy in the world, and that we could compete if we were to have the immigration laws that we have right now?
I think you could have, the highest per capita earnings, but if you're talking about the aggregate output, then...
Different topic, and sorry if you answered that before.
may be a concern.
What was the big drop on SPY during the overnight? There was a potential violation of the... Well, there was a violation of the ceasefire agreement.
Return to the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes, for 5 minutes.
Which then has to be violated again in response to make a statement about the initial violation.
Let me start.
Almost like there's just ongoing war. I don't believe in illegal immigration, but I think that immigrants are an important part of the economy. Free healthcare and housing and all that isn't okay when Americans are struggling first. Well, let's start with the free housing is not housing anybody actually fucking wants. But if our government didn't spend money on bullshit like this hearing, we'd have a lot more money to give people, and Americans wouldn't be struggling. The problem is we give all that money to companies instead of the people.
Prices swinging wildly with West Texas Intermediate in the last month or so.
So your taxes, more often than not, just go to bail out corporations.
We recently saw the
or subsidize them,
close the Strait of Hormuz, which currently handles around 20
rather than bailing out your fellow citizens.
And a little bit more in terms of natural gas. Chair Powell, you said last week that conflict in the Middle East in the 1970s resulted in very large inflation shocks. In contrast to the 1970s, today the United States does not import.
I mean, who wants to live in a fucking like gym at a school in Brooklyn
on a net basis? But I hear the argument made that I think is wrong, that because we're energy self-sufficient, somehow we are insulated from.
That's because you're delusional, Kiko, but it's okay.
Can you comment on that? Is there any validity to the notion that we are not, American consumers of energy are not subject to global swings in energy prices?
Yeah, so the price of oil is set globally, right? And I think if you go back a few years, the thought was that when the global, we had a natural shock absorber, which is that we would just drill more. And,
we should just make all immigration legal.
Drill more, and so you wouldn't have these
That's our whole deal.
shocks that we had
You want to come here, fucking come here, work. make the dream happen,
question
right?
now because,
But just make
you know,
everyone legal.
the
Give them a
oil industry in
fucking,
the US is
give them a
getting
social
much more
security number,
careful,
make them pay
focused on
taxes.
return on investment
Just,
than they were.
it's not that
They've been
fucking
burdened
hard.
with
We don't need a trial. We don't need all the
in the
shit.
long run, you
We don't
can
need them to
invest in
fucking
additional
learn the
extraction
Pledge of Allegiance. Who
technologies.
gives a
This
flying
does not
fuck?
respond to
Come here,
data
work, pay
prices. So
taxes.
Not quickly,
the
no.
point I'm trying to make is that the conflict in the Middle East, if it resulted
Right?
in
Then we can have as many
$100
immigrants as we
barrel of oil,
want. We
which
can
is
keep
where oil
using
was
them
in
to support our
2022,
economy.
that would have a fairly substantial inflationary impact on the American household. Is that correct?
We would certainly.
And the
feel
ones that are
you know,
successful will support the
really
ones that have a harder time.
around looking through oil price shocks, but that depends on the facts and circumstances.
What, as a technical matter, we tend to refer to CPI, which is a basket of goods, and we measure the price changes. Roughly speaking,
Or just tax corporations 50% of their
that
profits.
basket is comprised of energy.
They're not doing anything good with the money.
I don't have that on the top of my head. It's much less than it was.
They're just buying back their own fucking
Oil
stock.
consumption is much less than it was in the 70s as a percent of GDP.
But energy includes natural gas and gasoline, and that's it's a meaningful portion of the
Yes, although
the
of course
basket.
we have more natural gas than we have so much natural gas, so that'll always be there for us.
So none of us can predict what's going to happen in the Middle East in an hour, much less in a week or a month or a year. But as a technical matter, at what price for a barrel of oil does the American household begin to
It's
feel
crazy that the
inflationary
right
effects?
is
So we're,
so obsessed with how
$75
things
a
were
barrel
in the
for
American
now.
past,
At what
but none
price
of them are
point does the
proposing,
American
you know,
household
inheritance
begin to feel
tax.
some inflation?
None of them are proposing 99% wealth tax on the highest earners.
Frankly, it's too early to say that something like that's going to happen, and I know you know that.
That's what made America so awesome in the 50s, if you really think it was that fucking great.
Okay.
The 60s and 70s were fraught with the same amount of political turmoil we have now.
WTI per
So those
barrel,
sucked.
about 120. It peaked at about
40s,
$100
war.
in,
30s,
22.
depression. 20s, kind of
What do your
okay.
models suggest would occur?
10s,
inflation,
not so
and how would it
great.
influence the Fed's thinking.
Before
back
that,
at
you start to get into like the
$100
pre-industrial revolution period. You want to go fucking farm chickens on your quarter-acre parcel of free government land. We could probably give people that, right? Just split up a cornfield among like 20,000 people and they'll be happy.
Back in the early teens, oil prices went up a lot, and that went into the price, and then there was a discussion, and I think the right answer was to look through that. The question you'd be asking to yourself, because by the time you react, the price comes back down. I think the question today would be, you know, is the situation different, and what would be the implications of those differences?
Gentleman's time has
you.
expired. I thank the gentleman from Connecticut. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina. Mr. Moore, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but we had
Thank you, Mr.
refrigerators that
Chairman.
lasted a
Chairman Powell,
lifetime,
I
Kika.
want to touch on international standard-setting bodies like the
That was the peak of
Basel
American
Committee on Banking
industrialism.
Supervision. Their goal is to promote better harmonization for global capital flows and
And then,
regulation
shockingly, our
standards.
grandparents
With
and
the
their
Biden
parents,
administration's implementation
they worked
of
really, really hard so that we didn't have to work in fucking
pitfalls for the
factories.
US as a follower
And now
instead
our
of a
current
leader.
administration is trying to get us to all go work in fucking factories again that don't exist.
Shot down former Vice Chair Michael Barr's proposal, which made capital less acceptable and put U.S. firms and businesses at a global.
There's Southern Democrats
Do you agree
too.
that the United
He's
States
not
should
one,
only
but
implement
they
international
exist.
standards in a way that is consistent with our own domestic legal and regulatory scheme?
I do.
I appreciate the Federal Reserve's announcement yesterday to end the use of reputational risk during banking examinations. This supervisory practice was used as a tool to pressure banks to refrain from offering financial services to politically disfavored individuals or industries. What further steps is the Federal Reserve taking to help usher in these changes, such as ending examination practices that informally encourage banks to close certain accounts without written justification?
So we're developing, I should say Vice Chair Bowman is developing a range of policies that will help in that area, and I should let her speak.
Yeah, because it
But
gives
as
us
you know,
money to
we've
rebuild our
eliminated
infrastructure to
largely
support social
thoughtful
services
rate
and
from those
causes
things.
and a
I think
safety
we
net for the
became
rest of the
more aware of that
population.
problem over the course of last year, and
That's why, because the money needs to feed back in. It can't just be hoarded by all the dragons at the top while they fucking do nothing with it except collect interest.
decision for
Interest that is now bankrupting our
Let
government.
me ask you this, how are you ensuring, though, that like the frontline examiners?
Like, you want to know how to lower the deficit?
Action and not continuing.
Tax the fuck out of rich people.
You know,
Tax them so hard they can only buy one boat a
that is
year,
the ultimate
you know?
question is will the, and I think they will, and I think as a former bank examiner, Vice Chair Bowman is actually very well positioned to engage with supervisors and in a way that someone with experience can do successfully.
Resubbed.
If you don't have that experience, I think it might be harder.
Thank you. You know, Secretary Bessent recently announced a drive to change the culture of supervision through improvements to examination.
But then when I'm
procedures,
wealthy, I'll only be able to buy
monitoring
one boat a
examiners'
year.
compliance,
I don't know if we need to worry about that right
and
now.
more realistic processes for appealing supervisory findings. That includes defining unsafe and unsound by rule using more objective measures rooted in financial risk.
Yes, there
Do you
are.
support this initiative, and will we be seeing further rule changes at the Federal Reserve to achieve this goal?
So I like the sound of all that. I will say on issues of supervision, Vice Chair Bowman has, you know, significant authority, and also she's got the background and the understanding, and the first thing I would do is I would ask her what she thinks about that.
I mean, I don't think I would be a very popular president.
During the volatility,
I would do all the things Trump is
Treasury
doing,
markets last
like
April,
ignoring the
some have
Supreme Court
speculated
and
that foreign
Congress and
investors
pretending they don't
welcome
exist,
Treasury
while
securities.
issuing multiple
Since then,
executive
though,
orders.
recent data
They just would
shows
be in
foreign
good
investors
faith.
holding
That would be the
US
difference.
Treasuries held close to a record high in April. Does this data show that Treasury's safe haven status and the dollar's global reserve currency status remained strong while the administration conducted trade negotiations?
I would say yes to that. I think we need to be careful about these narratives that pop up quickly. I mean, we're the world's reserve currency.
We like you so much
and
because
the
you make us
world's
money.
greatest
It's
democracy, and I think
different.
The dollar and is always going to be, you know, for a long time, it's going to be the reserve currency and the place.
Milkman Dan, welcome to
Let me
Zillionaire
ask you this, do
Man.
you believe there's a
I'm gonna play the song, but I'm gonna turn this down.
just as Jamie Dimon has recently
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to ask questions sitting at the bottom of the room, but I am happy to have this conversation today because the last time we talked, last July, I mentioned that
Don't worry, they're not
combating
saying
economic
anything important.
inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate, and that is something that I am deeply, deeply interested in.
Combating
Back then, we were talking about how we can get everyone in our
income
economy
inequality is
to have
not
the opportunity
part
to
of the
contribute
dual
to the
mandate.
fullest potential, because that's how we get our economy firing on all
That would be a
cylinders and
triple
work to
mandate.
continue to close the racial wealth gap, which my home city of Atlanta continues to lead the nation in. That seems like such a far cry from where we are today, almost a year later. Forget our economy firing on all cylinders. Now our economy and our nation seem to just be on fire.
Subsidies
We're
for
looking at
farmers that
tariffs
don't
that are
grow
raising the
anything is
prices
still
of
important
groceries,
to
fuel,
maintain
housing,
farms.
and everyday
Otherwise,
goods.
we'd have no
Chairman Powell,
farms.
I get feedback every time I'm in a hearing about my nails because I like to get my nails done. And my nail tech told me about the increase in cost of so many of the different products that would be used just for me to get my manicure monthly, because tariffs are frightening so many of our small businesses, which we know are the backbone of our economy. And so it's hurting my community in Atlanta. But it doesn't seem like our president and my Republican colleagues are really interested in making sure that our economy fires on all on all cylinders, as long as billionaires continue to get richer, because that's what we've seen and all of the gutting that has been done to the federal government. And Chairman Powell, I'm sure that this is coming to your department as well. With the recent events that we've seen, we know that it is very dangerous to gut the federal government, agencies that we depend on, and politicizing the work of agencies such as yours. Chairman Powell, this current president has tried to reclassify tens of thousands of non-political public servants just to make it easier to fire them. And that includes people who have served in Democratic and Republican administrations. It even includes people who serve in independent agencies just like yours. Chair Powell, as a chair who our current and previous president routinely has
The top
worked to fire, I
10%
just
of
heard something on
households hold
CNN today
$95
while you
trillion
were here
in
testifying.
wealth, Treetop.
But what effect has this policy had on the career civil servants?
It's about
in your
67 to
agency? And are these
70%
threats
of the
making it
total
easier
household
or
wealth
harder
in the
for
United
Fed to do
States.
monetary policy?
You don't have to just tax them on income. You just fucking take their money.
You're doing your jobs. I appreciate you doing your job, even when it might
You
not
take
be
their
easy.
assets.
It is important to tune out the things that you hear on the media
Just
because
yoink
I
it.
hear it every day representing a district that has a lot of federal employees.
Who are you supporting in this war with your Persian roots, but New York City lifestyle? And don't lie and say you're not Persian, because we know you're the world's first Persian centaur, infotainment, streaming YouTube stock trader.
Racial wealth gaps in the country.
I'm
Much
not
of that has
Persian.
to do with our worsening housing crisis. And unfortunately, as we've seen with the past 6 months, this administration has been focused on
Thanks,
this
BMG.
big billionaire bailout bill, gutting HUD,
getting there?
and releasing a budget that does not help the supply of fair and affordable housing nationwide. Now we've heard the president talk about having the power to control interest rates. In your opinion, Chairman Powell, what would you expect the effects would be on the
Thanks,
housing market
ABTV.
if the president were to lower interest rates without addressing the housing supply
If I get
crisis?
taxed more, then I'll have less to lose on zero DTEs.
If the president-
That's okay,
so
because
the
when you
president
finally
has
go
talked
broke
about
on zero
having the power
DTEs,
to
Kenny
control
paying his
interest
taxes
rates.
will make sure
In
that
your
you have
opinion,
health
what would you
care
expect
and
the effects would be on the
food
housing
and
market
housing.
if the president were to lower interest rates without addressing the housing supply crisis nationwide?
Honestly, it's not our job to speculate on.
Dad, I'm worried my sourdough starter is about to become sentient.
So what
It's tripled in
impact
volume
do
over
interest
3
rates
hours.
have on-
Do I need to call NASA?
housing
I think you need to
access?
add less yeast so you're not getting
Housing supply.
such an aggressive growth
Rates will
rate.
go up and down.
You want
Well,
more
not
time?
only supply,
You want more
but
time
on
for the
housing
flavors
market.
to
Supply
develop?
is separate that we need
Have
to
you tried
address
using some
going
like
into this if
bran
we're going
or
to
like
move interest rates up and down? That's not going to be
like wheat?
the
No,
end
don't
all
add
be all
more
to get people
yeast.
into housing. We must
Less
address
yeast.
the housing supply
Something to
crisis.
slow
But
down
what
the
impact
reaction.
do interest rates have on the housing market in general?
Well, interest rates really affect housing.
What happens when we hit VN on the monthly? Well, we could reject off of it, but I think we can push out to
Chairman
like
Powell,
60,
I am out
90.
of time, but I have lots of questions that continue to work to close the racial wealth gap in this country, specifically focused on my district in Atlanta where it is so prevalent. Thank you so much.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, great to see you. And again, as I mentioned to you before,
We'll just
always
do
appreciate your
111
steady
flour,
hand
water,
on the wheel
starter,
and,
bread flour.
Not, I guess, getting out of your lane.
So
necessarily,
reduce
but,
the amount of
obviously
starter.
You have a huge impact.
Yeah,
on,
rye.
The economy and what's happening there at the Fed. I want to kind of follow up a little bit on housing, as I've been hearing a lot about the housing concerns in Northeast Indiana, and I know you're not. You're used
You
to
think we
being
reject off
beat
60,
up on
90?
a
It'll be
lot
hard to
by
push
folks
up
all
above
around
that.
the country,
And
but I
even
wanna
harder to
speak
push above
specifically to
6100.
One particular individual, Cardone Capital, Grant Cardone. He made some pretty strong remarks about your policy when it comes to the housing industry. And he said, that's why you have 500,000 more homes listed than buyers for those homes. When the rates come down, prices will also come down with it because you'll have more supply in the marketplace, and supply is what controls prices. He went on to say that, interest rates do not control prices, and he explained that lower rates could stimulate activity in the market, and activity is what makes the economy work. And I agree with his comments, overall.
Please increase the velocity of
I
money,
believe,
pretty
as you
please,
said
right
earlier, the
now, if you could
economy
right
seems
away.
Stable.
Thank you.
And I would agree with that coming from an ag and manufacturing area. It's not booming yet, but I believe most people are optimistic that the good times are coming and that the structure is set and in place. But when it comes to housing, it seems like that's where a lot of Americans they're stuck. They've had low rates, they've got a good mortgage rate, but if they want to make a move, they have to go out of that 3% interest rate into, 4.5, 5 or higher percent interest rate. Thoughts on addressing housing, because prices are up for sure, but people aren't, there's no activity. The velocity is very slow. Would you like to comment on any of that?
Sure. So yeah, we see the same thing you do in the housing market. It's tough. There's not people are locked in. They can't afford to get out of their house because the cost of getting to a higher mortgage, higher price mortgage would be a lot. So the best thing we can do, though, is to get inflation sustainably down to 2% and have it stay there over a long period of time, And that is really what we can offer to them. And I think, so if you go back to the beginning of the pandemic when we cut to zero and we did all those programs, we really saved the housing industry because they're the front line for interest rates. At a time like this, when rates are, I would say modestly restrictive, not even moderately, but modestly restrictive, they feel it, and their customers feel it. We understand that, but we only have one tool for the whole economy, not just for housing. So it's something we consider, but we have to consider the bigger picture. And I do think in the medium term, as rates come down, you'll see normalization in housing. Of course, there'll still be a national housing shortage. I don't know about your district, but
yeah. No, there's a shortage.
Yeah.
I mean, considering the macroeconomics of interest rates, I mean, how much consideration do you take housing into that decision as you address interest rates?
We're always briefed on it. We always talk about it. We always look at it. But at the end of the day, it's the big U.S. economy, the whole aggregate thing that matters. We also talk about the agricultural economy a lot as well. But ultimately, and manufacturing, it's got to be the whole, and not any one particular piece.
Yeah, I just would mention it is hard for American families to make that move, and they're stuck. And so I would just highly consider ask you to consider that piece of it, because when Americans can't move and Americans can't upgrade or move laterally even, it really keeps the economy kind of holds the economy back a bit when Americans don't have that. But again, I want to say thank you, because you have a tough job, but I haven't heard from anyone in my district asking interest rates to go up. So I'll just pass that along from Indiana's 3rd District. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentleman from Colorado. Ms. Peterson is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see you, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for being here today. I want to thank you for your long service to our country. I know that you've served under many Democrats, Republicans. You've always been nonpartisan and done your job to put our country first, and we appreciate your steadfast leadership. And if you are not reappointed, it will be very missed here. I have some concerns when I think about, I know you've touched on this a little bit through the questions today, but around the independence of the Federal Reserve. Your job, no matter what president you served under, Republican or Democrat, was to make sure that this was not a political position while you brought news that some would not be happy about because it reflected what you had to do to address inflation. When I think about the conversations we've had going through the global pandemic and the economic fallout, and how we had to infuse money throughout our country to keep our services afloat, our businesses afloat. And while we suffered from inflation like the rest of the world, we had the quickest, strongest recovery. We were leading the globe, and so much of that was because of your leadership. And so when I think about what this position means, how important it is that there is independence, what are your biggest concerns about a potential successor that doesn't prioritize that and wants to do what is politically asked of them versus what they need to do for the country? And what are their long-term repercussions if you're not acting on addressing the economic uncertainties and trying to address inflation in this position?
So I wouldn't speculate on that, but I would say the credibility on the Fed on price stability is very, very important. People believe that we will bring inflation back down to 2% over time. And once if they really do believe it and it's true, then that'll have big effects on not just short-term rates but long-term rates. If that were to be called into question, then you'd see long-term rates go up. I mean, that credibility once lost is very expensive to regain, is what the historical record says. So I just think I think people should understand that credibility on inflation is hard won and something we need to constantly tend. And that's what we're doing with our current policy, is just being careful with potential inflation risks. We haven't overreacted. In fact, we haven't reacted at all. But we're being a little bit careful about that set of questions as we decide what to do next.
And thank you for bringing that up. As we look at where we were, how far we had come in our economy, things were starting to stabilize, and we were starting to finally see a relief on the interest rates. They were starting to go down. Now they're holding steady. Can you talk about why the instability? When we look at tariffs around the increase in the deficit by the proposed big ugly bill that is being brought through Congress right now, and increasing our debt by trillions of dollars, and having our credit downgraded again because we are increasing our deficit. So with this economic uncertainty, where we were going, we were on the way down for reducing our rates, and now we have to hold steady to address the instability. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you just briefly restate your question there? I apologize.
Yes, I'm going to do this the best I can with with Sam here. That with our having to address inflation, as we've started to see it, you were able to decrease the rates. We were starting to go down a little bit. We were seeing that our economy was finally in a solid place. Prices were starting to go down. And now, with the economic uncertainty, we're starting to see that you had to hold steady, whereas everyone was projecting before this administration came in with these changes that it was going to continue to go down. Can you talk about why you have had to choose to hold steady on the interest rates?
So we just, we stick to what we're assigned to do, which is maximum employment and price stability. We don't have opinions on fiscal policy or trade policy or immigration policy or any one of another, or regulation policy, other than that we have our regulatory responsibilities. And so we take what comes as it comes. And, elected politicians do what they do, and we don't criticize that. We don't have opinions about
Gentleman's time has expired, and the gentleladies.
Thank you, and thank you, Sam.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here with us today. I am Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, and I am from deep South Texas, a largely Hispanic district, a rural community right there on the border of Texas and Mexico. I serve as the Vice Chair for Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, and it's difficult for families right now to afford a home on an average paycheck. I'm committed to finding affordable housing solutions for the people in my community, but also for all over the nation. So, Chair Powell, mortgage rates remain significantly elevated relative to Treasury yields, with
You think the
spreads
ceasefire
well
holds?
above
No idea.
historical norms. To what extent does the Federal Reserve believe its balance sheet policy, particularly the runoff of MBS holdings, is contributing to this widening, and how does that factor into your broader assessment of financial conditions?
I don't think that our runoff of MBS is a particularly large contributor to that situation. I also think it's not just interest rates, it's so many things around housing now. It's insurance, it's materials, it's land acquisition, it's labor. There's so many cost pressures that are pushing up housing costs.
Thank you. With that being said, moving on to an entirely different topic, if the Federal Reserve focuses on issues outside its dual mandate, there are more opportunities for policy mistakes. How can you ensure that no other climate policy work is being done at the Federal Reserve?
So it is a big risk to our independence if we were to stray into areas where we shouldn't, that really aren't part of our mandate. And I would agree that climate is the biggest risk. So we really did the bare minimum. We did much less than I think people understand in the climate area. All we did was one piece of guidance, and then we ran one stress scenario, and by the way, didn't find anything. And I think you don't look to us to try to take on a bigger role or really to play any role in climate, which I personally think is an important issue and one that needs to be dealt with by elected officials. And for bank regulators just to step in and take that on without a mandate from Congress is not a good idea. It's not a good solution, and it's not a good way to remain independent.
Reclaiming my time, what kind of climate guidance did you make?
So for just the big banks, I believe, we asked them to monitor to have a framework for which they would monitor their risks from lending. That's all it was. And I would say that guidance is something we're looking at pulling back.
When you say the risk for lending based on political climate change, is that correct?
Well, the idea was that the changing climate could, I'm not defending this, I'm telling you what the idea was. The idea was, climate change would cause certain kinds of assets to lose value, and that banks are lending to in those areas or to those industries, then they should at least be able to measure. It didn't ban anybody from doing anything, it wasn't prescriptive. At the same time, you have the feeling that the side effect of it would be to discourage lending, and we don't want that to be the case, so that's why we're looking at it.
Well, it does sound like that is policy that is based on political agenda. And when it comes to banking, it should not be based on political agenda, but instead on facts. Facts such as credit, facts as good monetary policy. So I would have to disagree with you on the fact that the Federal Reserve stayed outside of political agendas. When it comes to climate change, that is a political agenda, and I would have to disagree with you on that. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
A lot of
Chair
bot
now
calls at
recognizes the gentleman
85
from
that we're just
California.
kind of sitting on
Mr.
top
Chairman
of
is
right
also
now.
ranking member of the Capital
Sold
Markets
puts at 80 and
Subcommittee
75
for
though,
5
so
minutes.
some support here.
We don't notice good bank regulation. Things just go smoothly. But in 2023, we saw the effects of inadequate bank regulation where we lost 3 banks. There was a proposal that passed the House that would have cut the pay rate of your bank inspectors and regulators down to 70% of the rate paid at FDIC. So you would have been 70% of what the other major bank regulation agency did. I know you've announced things about headcount, but I'm focusing here on just the rate of pay. Fortunately, we were saved by not Superman, but Superwoman, Elizabeth McDonough, the Senate parliamentarian. But what effect would it have had on our ability to have good bank regulation if you had to go to all the folks in doing bank regulation at the Fed and say that their pay is going to be cut to 70% of the rate of pay over at the FDIC?
Would have made made it harder for us to attract or to retain personnel. It also would have knocked down something we've had for 90 years, which is a sort of a moat that allows us to take care of HR issues on our own without Congress.
Gotcha. I've got a couple of questions I'd ask you to respond for in the record. The first is Section 899 of the Big Ugly Bill, Big Beautiful
Boring
Bill,
chop
whatever you want to
the
call it.
entirety of the day for the most
Enforcement
part.
of remedies against unfair foreign taxes. What this
already.
does
But
is
yeah,
it imposes
I
a
mean,
tax on those residents of
unless we
about
get some
2
kind
dozen
of
foreign
news,
countries, should they invest in the United States, including in our treasuries. And we're trying to attract capital
Doesn't
from
seem like we're
abroad.
getting
This
anything
is to
like
push
that.
out capital abroad. It doesn't affect China. It just affects 2 dozen of our friends, particularly in Europe. The other thing I'd like you to respond for is the record is the tariffs and the effect that that has not only on the inflation rate, but therefore on interest rates. And at your press conference, you said increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity, and I'd certainly like to know more about that. The Treasury has our reserves, but you also have a liquidity fund, which I believe involves buying and selling foreign currencies. And so that begs the question whether if you're allowed to buy the euro, whether you're allowed to buy cryptocurrencies. And of course, the president has said that some agency of the federal government should have a strategic crypto reserve. Do you or your successors have the legal right to take assets of the Fed and buy Bitcoin or Trump coin?
No, we don't, and we do not seek this authority.
I hope very much that your successor is not someone who tries to stretch existing statutes and come to an opposite answer. I'd like to focus a little bit on when you came before our committee last, I guess, in February. I asked you if you would take a holistic look at bank capital requirements, including the risk-based capital ratios like Basel III Endgame and stress testing, to make sure that you don't have a
Little
contraction in the
cliff-diving.
ability to provide
I
credit
don't
to
even
Main
know if
Street
it's at the
businesses,
bottom
and you
of
said you would do
yesterday's
that.
range, but yeah, it's still really
So my
low.
question this time is, how does the Fed plan to sequence the various capital requirement reform proposals that we expect to see in the coming months? In what order will you proceed with reforms on Basel III weight risk capital, leverage ratio, stress testing, and the GSIB service charge, knowing that these have interactive effects? Can you tell us what the sequence will be?
So I really do. This is the heart of what the Vice Chair for Supervision is assigned to do, is to bring proposals to the board, and I read that as giving her she's the one who will decide that sequencing. You're right there. There are many things, and it's really up to her to decide what's the timing, what's the priority, and I don't actually know exactly what she's only been confirmed for a couple of weeks, so we're just getting going.
With you as the head of the agency, even if she is supposed to decide the sequencing, that your agency would tell us what the sequencing is going to be, and understand how important it is for people to know what that.
It depends on, I mean, it depends on the auction. We were seeing some bond selling earlier, but that's retreated.
The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
So, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it depends if there's sufficient demand.
We have a
Prime dealer
Iowa's
participation.
nice, kind of boring. We want our Fed chairman to be just the same, and you're doing a great job at that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nothing against boring. We like that too. Look, you have a lot of great staff that come from Iowa as well. I appreciate you having them on your team. We also want to recognize the fact that, folks in Iowa are still feeling the challenges of the last 4 years. We're middle America. It is the heartland of the country, but it also means that impacts that change things on the coast don't always get felt the same way in the Midwest. And so as a result, folks are stretching every dollar as they face everything from higher grocery prices, eggs, to trying to buy just that first car or even maybe that first home. And interest rates to them matter as they do everywhere else, but they're even more. Now, I will offer, the president has made great strides in making progress for Iowa families, and wage growth is moderating nationwide. Many Iowans still feel, though, that inflation spikes impact them. And with the president focused on rebuilding the middle class, I'd like to talk a little bit about how the Fed ensures that this heart of the heartland can feel the benefits of a soft landing as you've laid out.
Oh, you're asking me how you will feel the benefits of the well, I would think pretty open-ended question. So and I think, our goal is to keep the economy strong, the labor market strong, and price stability fully restored. So that's really what we can provide, is a long period of stable prices. And we define that as Chairman Greenspan used to, which is people can make economic decisions in their families and their jobs where they don't have to think about inflation all the time. And we're getting back closer to that place, but we're not quite there yet. That's the main thing we can now do. And once we restore price stability, very soundly, that gives us the ability to react more strongly to downturns in the economy without having to worry about inflation. And so that's, we have limited scope, but those are two very, very important things that we can deliver that benefit all families.
I would agree. So I guess I would also like to focus here on the short term. The Fed Reserve has slightly lower rates to ease borrowing costs for rural communities, and long-term trade negotiations to strengthen our global position. Would you agree that the agricultural sector in particular is vulnerable to both interest rates and recognize international markets? And how would the Fed evaluate the unintended consequences of policy on commodity-dependent economies in a state like Iowa?
So we have a number of our Federal Reserve
Still pinned to the bot calls at
presidents
85.
represent districts which have extensive agricultural operations and families and farms. And so we hear from them.
Slipping
all the
80 would
time,
be
but
kind of
we
a
hear
big
from them in
deal.
great detail around.
Opens up more
everything.
range, like back
And
to
we
like
understand
70
that
or
times
65.
are pretty challenging right now in the agricultural sector. We take that into account. Ultimately, we're responsible for the aggregate level of the economy and for keeping inflation under control and maximum employment. So, but we do very much think about and take into consideration the agricultural sector and the people in it.
We appreciate that evaluation. I know there are farmers back home as well as, our bankers who value that because they're the one providing the capital for it. I want to talk a little bit on the national security side as the vice chair of NatSec here. If foreign actors begin weaponizing treasury sales or dollar reserves, what tools does the Fed have to help preserve financial stability and the dollar's status as a reserve currency within the world?
Essentially what makes us the reserve currency is a few things. It is our great democratic institutions. It is that we have open capital markets, very open capital markets, and it is that we have price stability and the rule of law. Those are the things that make you the reserve currency, and you can keep that status as long as you maintain those things. Of those things, the thing that we contribute is price stability over the long run. So people who want to invest in or use the dollar, they can be confident in the value of the dollar over time, that it won't fluctuate wildly or decline in ways that, and so that's our role. Really, Treasury is responsible for stewardship of the dollar, but we have that role to play as well.
Very good. In the brief time that I have left here, I just came back from a trip to Saudi and the Arab states. Big concern here in the world we're living in right now with Iran looking at asymmetric ways to threaten the United States. Cyber attacks have been on the rise. You got a question here earlier on cybersecurity. Help us feel confident the Fed is doing everything they can to protect us from a cyber threat.
So our part of it is the financial sector and the institutions we regulate, and they spend a lot of time and money on cybersecurity. We spend a lot protecting ourselves, and there are other parts of the U.S. government that are very much involved in making us aware of cyber issues and making sure that we're all ready. And we never sleep on this because it's always getting harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, who's also a ranking member and my colleague on the Monetary Policy Task Force, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member.
So for holding 80.
And of course, Mr. Powell. Thank you very
Probably
much,
snap
Mr. Powell,
back
for
into
being
the
here.
bot calls
I'm
at
64 years
85.
old. You're a little bit older than I am. In my lifetime, I know what the most dramatic economic event is, at least that I believe. In your lifetime, what do you think is the most dramatic economic event that you lived through?
The Fed isn't in charge of cybersecurity. God, these representatives are dumb. Yep.
The global financial crisis and the pandemic.
No, just one. You get to pick one.
Big events. Sorry?
You get to pick one. You pick two. Just one.
I would say there's a third, which would be the great inflation. So I'm going the wrong way here.
You're going the wrong way. Yeah, just pick one.
I'd say the global financial crisis was, in a lot of ways, scarier than the pandemic for me.
Yeah, it's interesting because
both of them were ones that I lived through too. And I have to tell you, the most dramatic for me was the pandemic. In so many ways, I'd never seen anything like it, where everything closed down. I remember flying here from San Diego, where I live, on a 737, and there were 4 passengers. There were 4 of us on the plane. Of course, some idiot sits right next to me. I tell you, what are you doing? You stupid, move away. But anyway, it is interesting that we didn't fall into the recession. We didn't fall into a depression. I was really scared about what was going to happen because of the way we closed down. We didn't know it was going to go. We didn't know it was going to happen. And I think a big reason for that was the sort of the strength that we had at the Fed, and the country came together and said, we're going to figure this thing out, and we did that. You didn't panic. You guys were very independent. I think everyone did their job. The reason I say that is because I do worry about the independence of the Fed now going forward. So question, can the president appoint himself as the Fed chair?
It's a question, but not for me.
You're the Fed chair, you should know. You should know what the requirements are to be the Fed chair. Can he appoint himself?
I don't know.
You don't know that question? Well, you're the Fed chair. What is the requirements to be the Fed chair?
Nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. I think you probably have to be a U.S. citizen, probably, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so far it seems like the president fits those. He's a U.S. citizen. He can propose himself, and I assume that the senators over there could confirm. Why couldn't he become the Fed chair also?
Again, not a question for me.
Okay.
I wouldn't speculate.
The reason I ask that is because, again, I do think that we have a great system because of the independence of the Fed. And it worries me that more and more, and I assume, I'm not going to ask you this embarrassing question, although I would like to, whether you read all the things that he says about you. I'm sure you do, or some people tell you. Yeah, but I won't tell you what they are. But I'm glad you've been independent. And I think that that's so important because you do look at long terms. It's not missed on you. You know that we want you all to lower the rates. You know that, both sides, right? You get that. The answer could be yes or no.
Honestly, I'm not sure I do know that. I talked to a
Well,
lot of members
from
privately.
our side, we'd love to see the rates go down. And I've heard from a number of my colleagues on the other side, we'd love to see the rates go down.
I talk to
I
a
think
lot of
that pretty
members who
unanimously
say
would like to see it.
privately, you're doing the right thing. I hear that from a lot of members privately.
Yeah,
But in any case, we have to do, we're appointed and confirmed, my colleagues and I, do what we think is right.
That's exactly right, and that's why I say it, because I think it's not lost on you that we all want the rates to go down. In fact, it's really real when you say, someone's locked in at 3% at their house, their interest rate, so they don't want to move and get a 7% rate. I mean, they don't want to pay that. That's real. My colleagues mentioned that, and that's truthful. And that's why it's so important to be independent. Now, lastly, I do want to ask, because again, it's so darn important to have an independent Fed.
This guy sounds like Lewis Black a little
Secondly,
bit.
the dual mandate. I respect the chairman very much, and he's a friend. I hope that doesn't hurt him politically. But that being said, he did ask you a question about the dual mandate in a way that he quoted somebody else and said, is that the way you see it? I do want to see, how do you see the dual mandate? It seems to me that you gave a little bit of a preference to price stability over maximum employment. Is that the case?
No, I think the two things are equal under the law. But if the thought is, we haven't defined it in exactly the way that the chairman said, but notwithstanding that, I do think it's a reasonable way to define it, which is the maximum employment is the maximum level that's sustainable or consistent with price stability over the long run. That doesn't make it, to me, an inferior goal.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
I think it's kind of
Mr. Chairman.
implicit in a way.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McLean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. As a business owner, small business owner myself, access to capital is extremely important to me. So I want to talk a little bit about the Fed's balance sheet and just get a better understanding of how we're thinking about it. I mean, some experts say that the Fed's balance sheet or large balance sheet is distorting the markets and keeping long-term rates, let's say, too low. Also, I think it limits the access to capital, right? Historically, if I'm accurate,
the balance sheet's been about 4 trillion prior to the pandemic. Then we raised it, we almost doubled it to about 9 trillion, and now it's on a kind of a downward trajectory to about 7.2, again, if my math is right. Do you think we're on the right track in shrinking this balance sheet?
Bull announces partnership with TradingView.
Do you
Bull
think-
popping
I'm
off.
trying to get a
Ooh,
sense of
nice.
what the landing spot, in your opinion, should be. Do you think we'll get back to the 4 trillion?
No. So we're in what we call an ample reserves regime. And what that means is that the quantity of reserves, demand fluctuates, and this means the quantity of reserves can fluctuate without affecting interest rates. And we think that's a good thing. What that means is there's going to be a lot of liquidity in the banks and in the financial system. That's a good thing. There wasn't enough liquidity before the global financial crisis. That was one of the problems. We have some shrinking left to do on the balance sheet, but we're not going to get down as far as you asked.
Where do you think we'll land? Because let me start. I'm sorry. Where do you think we'll land?
You know, I can't give you an exact number, but you know, we're going at a pretty modest pace now. We've slowed down, kind of cut in half twice the speed. We think we can go for a good while at this speed, and we'll learn as we go.
So you think the trajectory, so to speak, will remain?
Yes, and I think the fact that it's quite a gradual trajectory now is going to enable us to find that level that is ample and not scarce. When reserves are scarce, you get a lot of volatility, and that doesn't help. So I think that's a good framework. You know, the ample reserves framework, I think, serves the country well.
Trump just doesn't like Powell because he can't tolerate the idea that somebody could have power that he doesn't.
And some people are saying, you know, we're really hanging on to our cash.
I think honestly, I think if you took the trouble to go back to a much smaller balance sheet, it would have no effect whatsoever on capitalability for companies.
Why
We wouldn't
do you
do that
say
at all.
that?
We're not pulling capital away from companies. That's not what's happening. It's just you have a big balance sheet where there's a lot of liquidity. The result is there's a lot of liquidity. Banks are flush with liquidity for the most part, and that actually enables lending. It probably wouldn't have much of an effect one way or the other if
So
you
you're
went back to a smaller balance sheet.
So you're comfortable with the liquidity, you're comfortable with the access to capital, excuse me.
I mean, we look at credit availability for smaller businesses, and right now conditions are a little bit tight.
Yeah, it's tough for people in my district. It's
I would say that they're not terribly tight, but we do see that there's some tightness. But
As long as we ain't gonna
not
hold
really
the
a function
line,
of
we
the
can
Fed's
push above
Fed's
it.
balance
It's not
sheet.
impermeable.
It's just that banks are perhaps a little risk averse in this uncertain environment.
I think it all goes together.
But
in this
right
kind
now,
of
there's not a lot of
but I
calls being bought
appreciate
above it,
that.
and
I
that would
wanna just
be
switch gears a little bit.
necessary.
Are you seeing any signs of financial instability building beneath the surface that we may not be seeing maybe on top of the surface, whether it's in commercial real estate, private credit, regional banking, anything you're seeing underneath the surface that could derail the growth path?
Not really, no. I mean, you mentioned, there are a lot of pots that we need to watch to see that they don't boil over. CRE, it's been a problem for 5 years. We're working our way through it. I think we're making good progress there. It's not getting worse, it's getting a little better. Private credit is, has its real positive attributes. A lot of it's not funded by deposits, so it's not, as long as it's not funded by retail or by deposits, it's actually fine for financial stability, but it's a very big and fast-growing sector, and it hasn't been through a real downturn, and it's quite diverse, so I think it bears close watching. I mean, asset prices are high, but leverage is not particularly high for corporations and households historically. It's not particularly high for banks. Banks are well capitalized. So I think overall financial stability conditions are not in a place where we worry a lot.
So we're really poised in a pretty good position economically.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell, nice to see you again. We had spoken in February about some
Jay
concerns
Powell
I
not
had
saying
about some of
hawkish
the
stuff,
cuts
so he
and
just
some of
rise
our
all day.
economic
He's not saying
reporting
dovish
agencies
stuff
and
either,
things at the
though.
time that you didn't have a concern, but,
Just muted, trading in the same
you
range we
alert
were
us if
trading
there were
last night.
concerns. You mentioned this with Mr. Liccardo, and I gather if I'm paraphrasing you, I think you said that you're you're not concerned about your access to data right now, but I think you said that you don't like the direction of travel. I wonder if you could speak to, well, first, I'm going to work under the assumption that as the chairman of the Fed, you probably have more access to economic data than just about anyone in our country. I am more worried about the impact on smaller businesses that don't have your access to data, whether, someone thinking about hiring decisions, looking at regional inflation rates, all the data we get from those resources. How concerned should we be, if an efficient economy depends on, at some level, on equal access to information, how concerned should we be that our business community, with some of these cuts to BLS and elsewhere, is not going to be able to allocate capital as efficiently as otherwise would be in this moment?
The reality is that essentially all the data we use overwhelmingly is public data. The difference isn't that we have more access. The difference is that this is our job, and we follow the data very, very closely. But, the employment reports, the CPI reports, the analysis of that by many economists, internal and external. We just spend all of our time on this stuff. But I think large businesses have the exact same.
Well, but I'm talking about
businesses,
BLS has announced they're cutting 350 indexes, so that data is no longer going to be public data.
That's a different thing. Okay, so if you're asking about that, I don't want to say, and it wouldn't be true to say that we can't do our jobs with the data that we have now. That's just not true. The data overall, we get the data. It's all, these jobs you're always going to make mistakes. It's never going to be certain in any time. But I would say, seeing that survey sizes are shrinking, and we're seeing more volatility, for example, in the labor market data, lower response rates and things like that, that's not good. We should be getting better and better and better.
Yeah.
I would add the private sector, by the way. We use more and more big private sector data sets, and that is a relatively new thing for the last 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, and oftentimes
it doesn't replace the U.S. government data has been the gold standard.
Yeah, and I guess I get concerned because some of those data sets, of course, you have to pay for, and not every business can afford that. I want to, staying on the data point and picking up on what Mr. Himes was saying, I think only a fool would predict they know what's going to happen in the Middle East right now. But I get concerned that we have, trying to handicap, the Saudis have been very open that they would like to not see the price of oil get above a point where they're going to lose market share, much to the dismay of U.S. frackers. U.S. frackers have been wanting to see it go the other direction. I don't know how to handicap which group is going to have more impact on Trump right now. But I would like to have some smart person out there taking a position on what is happening in oil markets. And the Energy Information Administration has now announced they're not going to run the International Energy Outlook anymore. Should we be concerned about that piece of data as we think about what's happening in global energy markets right now, given all the pressures between various suppliers of where they'd like to see the price go and the wild card that is Iran and the Red Sea?
I don't particularly know that specific report. I know there are many entities that do data analysis around energy and oil and the availability of it and the price of it and all those things. So I can't speak to that one report.
Okay, well, I mean, again, just my own experience before coming here, I relied a lot on that, and if I was in my past job, I would now basically have to rely on the International Energy Agency, which in general was not as robust as the DOE data. And so it's a gap. And I guess maybe I'll just close with, I think a lot of this gets tied together with the Office of Financial Research, which would presumably be synthesizing a lot of this information for you. Your predecessors, Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke, both recently urged the opposition to cuts in Office of Financial Research that are in the bill that the Republicans are pushing through. Do you share your predecessors' concerns about the importance of that agency to synthesize some of this disparate things so that you can do your jobs, that the American people can do your job, or do you share the views of the Republican Party that agency is not necessary?
I'm not going to take a position on the bill, on the reconciliation package, on specific issues like that don't relate to us. I will say generally, I'm a big fan, and everyone at the Fed is a big fan of good data collection.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our national debt now exceeds $36 trillion. Congressional Republicans have made it our mission to rein in out-of-control spending, from repealing the Green New scam, enacting common sense Medicaid and SNAP reforms, and rescinding wasteful spending. Mr. Chairman, you've repeatedly said our national debt is not currently at an unsustainable level, but it is on an unsustainable path. Can you describe what the point of no return looks like when our debt reaches an unsustainable level?
So there's no way to know exactly what that is, but ultimately, if the debt is growing substantially faster than the economy, by definition, at some point it will not be sustainable. So, we don't have oversight responsibility over the fiscal authorities, but that's traditionally what my predecessors have limited themselves to saying, and I'll say it too.
And what effect would that have on the economy?
So you'd see rates go up. It would be very challenging to. I think if you wait too long to fix the problem, you'll have to fix the problem eventually. If you wait too long, it'll be much more painful.
Yes. I believe the U.S. dollar status as the global reserve currency is essential. It allows the U.S. to borrow at lower costs, which stimulates economic growth and increases standards of living. The Trump administration is actively negotiating to ensure we are no longer taken advantage of by our trading partners. At a previous Monetary Policy Task Force hearing, all of the witnesses agreed that the recent volatility in the Treasury markets did not permanently damage the dollar's global reserve currency status. Do you agree?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn to oversight of the Federal Reserve. I certainly believe that had the Federal Reserve responded faster by raising interest rates earlier to combat the inflation crisis of the previous administration, that interest rates would not be as high as they are now. I hear frequently that from my constituents that they're increasingly getting priced out of the housing market while interest rates remain near record highs despite the rate of inflation coming down. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the Fed's increased transparency under your leadership, and you've always welcomed congressional oversight into the Fed. And I also appreciate the comments you've made about the limits of our knowledge demanding humility. So with that in mind, can you point to oversight practices of other governments into their central banks that could be replicated with the Federal Reserve?
That's an interesting question, and I want to think about that. I'll come see you and we can talk about that.
Thank
I think
you, sir.
we have effective oversight from this committee and from the other committee in the Senate, and I think that's important.
Would you be supportive of an outside independent group of analysts or economists that conducts a periodic review of the Fed's economic assessments and modeling?
So those are ideas I'd like to think about and discuss privately before.
So do you have any other ideas to increase oversight in the Federal Reserve?
I think, like my predecessors, I've fostered, more and more transparency at the margin, and I think that's appropriate. I think transparency is critical if we're to maintain our.
Grab those calls and their puts. These calls are sold.
So I've
lots of sold calls to the upside of 85. We
I
could
look
still
forward to
test
following up,
90,
and I thank you for
but
your
90 and
responses.
6100 are both massive resistance.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here with us today. I understand commenting on some policy issues or outside of your purview, but I have one that I think is heavily impactful on the American economy right now, and I want to underscore the scale and impact of the ICE raids that we're seeing across the country. Pew Research estimates that over 10.5 million undocumented individuals live in the United States, more than 3.3% of the population today. And according to the nonpartisan American Immigration Council, removing this workforce could cost the U.S. economy between 1.1 and 1.7 trillion in GDP and billions in tax contributions, 0.6 billion in Social Security and 5.7 billion in Medicare funds that are increasingly critical as our population continues to age. These are resources that are paid by these undocumented have been here for a long time. Many of them have been here for a very long time. That's why I plan to introduce the Save the American Workforce Act, which would establish an employee-sponsored temporary work authorization for undocumented immigrants who have been in the country for 3 years or longer and have never been in any kind of trouble, no criminal liability or nothing else. Additionally, last week I sent a letter to President Trump urging him to halt indiscriminate deportations and issue an executive order that would do exactly what my bill does to protect American businesses that need a workforce. We have the last I heard, I think we have 7 million open jobs. We have a record low unemployment, which is great, but we have 7 million open jobs that we cannot fill by American workers. What economic consequences would we face if these individuals were removed from the workforce, even further hurting the situation that we're in? Could this disrupt even more the economy even more severely than what we experienced during the Great Recession?
So, as you might expect, Mr. Gonzalez, immigration policy is just not for the Fed to comment on or to, let alone make, and so I'm reluctant to engage with you on that.
Okay. Well, okay, I want to talk to you something a little differently. We have, and this is a banking issue, banks are making, billions of dollars of construction loans across the country that are timelined, and contractors are not able to fulfill their obligation because they don't have the labor force in the middle of the jobs to finish. I mean, I'm hearing stories in Texas, at least, where people are pouring concrete at midnight. Are y'all having any kind of conversation with the administration on how this could impact the economy and our GDP?
So we have very deep connections all over the country through the reserve banks, and we hear some of the same stories. But for us, we're not the policymakers here. We don't report this to the administration. We don't just publicly have a view on it. It just is what it is. So
yeah.
Our responsibility, maximum employment, price stability, many other factors affect those goals, but we don't make those goals. We don't make the policy in those extraneous areas, which include things like energy, for example, or immigration, or fiscal policy, or any number of things. We try to stick to our knitting because that's how we remain independent.
Yeah. We're living such unconventional times that I would love to have that. It would be great if y'all were having those conversations in the administration. But moving on, the U.S. dollar has also long been the world's dominant reserve currency, but that position is facing growing pressure. As of 2024, BRICS nations led by China and including Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa have stepped up efforts to reduce their reliance on the dollar in global trade. China, for instance, has expanded the use of the yuan in energy transactions and cross-border payments, while BRICS is actively developing alternative payment systems that could erode the dollar's global role. At the same time, inconsistent and unpredictable economic policies from the White House have contributed to a drop in the dollar's value, now at its lowest level in 3 years. What risk does a weakening dollar pose to our economy, particularly to U.S. borrowing costs, inflation, financial stability, as China and BRIC nations expand their efforts to challenge the dollar's global dominance?
So, by long agreement and custom and tradition, the Treasury Department has responsibility for the dollar and dollar stewardship. I would say we also, are involved in payments policy, and we're very aware. We and the other major economy central banks are very aware of other payment developments, and working on ideas to make sure that the payment systems that support the dollar and other other major currencies of the democracies are well supported by that infrastructure.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Ardopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today and answering these questions for us. It's very much appreciated. Looking back over the last few years, I think the question a lot of people have been asking me as they really were suffering through the challenges with higher prices across the board. I know they got as high as over 9% inflation in 2022. And there was a lot of discussion about, was it Ukraine, was it transitory, was it post-COVID? What was the reason? As you look back now in those years, and this is your field of expertise, if you look back and you're teaching a history class, what would you blame the increase in prices on back at that time period?
So I'll start with the fact that it was extremely global.
So I'm running through the 3 hours at 2x speed. Any idea what the candle at 4:15 a.m. was about? The dip down like 1.5% and 1 15-minute candle. There was a breach of the ceasefire during the overnight session.
And the reopening of it, in all cases with some support. That's a big part of the story. Clearly, though, there's a role in that for fiscal policy. There's a role in that for monetary policy.
Was this shit chop up environment? I seem to have better luck with 1 DT versus 0 DT.
Were involved
I mean, I guess if you bought a zero DTE call earlier and held it, you'd be fine. I bought 60, 70s at the money when we tested the low, and they're
building
like
that idea, if,
$11
hit
up
it
right
when you were the
now.
quarterback, but if you had to do it over again, you had this opportunity, as you know, the rates stayed pretty flat in 2021.
Your puts are probably
as inflation
fucked.
creeped up.
I don't think
What
we're
would
gonna
you
have
do
any kind of
differently
major
today
market moves,
if
at
you had
least
the
until
opportunity
GDP,
to
and
look
then
back
those
and
might be
make some changes?
positive.
I have perfect hindsight in this.
Yes, sir, if you
hypothetical.
had it, yeah.
Sure. So clearly I would have raised rates a little earlier. I honestly don't believe it would have made much difference to the outcomes, but we would have looked a lot smarter. That's something I would have done. The other thing is,
Downside's not
ultimately,
gone for this week, but we have a bunch of
did get
supportive
all the way
gamma.
back to
I mean,
full- to
if we get a
percent
breach of the
inflation just
ceasefire
about
again or
without having a big
renewed
increase in
conflict, then all of this can fall apart.
that
But
was not at all
for the time being, we don't really have that. I mean, we had one. Israel was going to retaliate, and then that was going to be the end of it again a second time. I mean,
And the other pressure point that I hear a lot of people talking about is this idea of the tariff issue.
I don't think anything is substantial. And through Powell's testimony, the market's usually boring as fuck.
And how many months of steadiness do you need before you might look at an even larger rate cut from the 4.33?
90 is big resistance here. We might not test
So
6100.
you're right. Inflation.
Not that we
non-tariff
can't,
parts
or
of
that we don't have
inflation
enough
we've
time.
been
We
working
definitely
on
do,
for
but
3-4 years.
it's not
Are
exactly an
behaving
easy
really well.
test.
And that was our forecast, but it's good to see.
Also, somebody bought a metric fuck
I
ton
would
of
say
puts there
we
earlier.
expected that
Like 4,800
take a while
puts.
to work their way through the distribution chain, several months, and I would say we would expect to see meaningful effects, kind of June, July, August. And if we don't,
Why- I mean, I don't know if
we'll
they're
be
dead.
learning something.
They're still in the money.
We have a highly adaptive, flexible economy, and it's certainly a possibility that the tariffs that we expect will come through in a much smaller level. We can't know that until we actually see it, but I think we'll be learning as we go, and if we see that, then that would lead us to want to cut earlier. The other thing that would lead us to want to cut earlier is if we actually did see some weakness in the labor market of a troubling nature. We don't
Could just
see
be
that.
defending
Those are the
sold
things we'll be
calls.
looking for.
And the last question I'd ask is, at that same time period where, as you put it, the global issue of inflation, I get that.
They might not
But at
care about
same
the
time,
premium,
there's
but
been
yeah,
a
I
radical
know.
increase in spending in 2021.
They've added to them
by the federal government.
a little bit.
What factor
If they
did
pull
that
back,
play
then we
in
could
the
squeeze up
inflation
through
level?
6,100.
Certainly a factor.
But
I
we
would
probably
say,
won't
as I
stay up
mentioned,
there for long.
Fiscal policy definitely.
Delta's
played a
pretty
role.
slim out
I
above
think
61.
You take a step back from those things. What
Like, Delta
happened
falls off
was
hard.
Demand came
So,
back so much stronger than we expected.
I would say that
Remember,
upside
in late
gains from like
21
90
to early
out
22,
probably
we had a
aren't going to
pandemic
be
still going on,
long lived.
Omicron going on. Yeah, 21 into 22, and demand was just
No,
much
because
stronger
I mean,
than people expected.
sold calls have
Because
been mostly at
supply
90
was much
and
slower to
6,100.
recover. So that's the labor force. That's all.
And then out above 6,100, there's a lot of sold calls.
Supply side took a long time to
105,
recover.
110,
Demand was much
115,
stronger.
120,
That story
125. Those are all squeezable, but we have to break and hold above two major resistance levels.
And the pandemic.
But you would agree that the
And
government-
some of the 60-90 calls are getting bought back here on the test, but not all of them will be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes.
We could close, I mean, it's way too early to tell, but right now, I would say somewhere between 80 and 6,100,
Following up actually on Rep. Gonzalez's line of questioning,
which is about $10 higher than what I thought last night on the low end.
the U.S. dollar.
And that's just with new positioning coming in today.
I think it's something, it's not formally part of our job, but yes, it's something that we care about. And
I don't know why you
we
guys are trying to
certainly
trade
wouldn't want
this,
to undermine that, but
like
that's
long
really
or
Treasury
short.
has
If you were going to go
primary
long, you
role
missed your
around the
window.
dollar. That's been the case.
Like you should have gone long
for
back
some time.
here when we were
I was
building
just
support
wondering,
around
how do
60.
you deal with the sort of drop in investor confidence.
If you're trying to buy puts, I mean, good fucking luck. And then, like, just wait. If you want, wait for opportunities to sell options, because that's what this environment incentivizes.
Maybe I'll just comment, it must be challenging. Now, one of the things I've been very concerned about.
Maybe wait
is
for some of the
in terms
calls
job
to
market
squeeze
is
off and then
artificial
find
intelligence
a
in the
find
coming
a
decade
top.
here. We're seeing predictions by the leaders of the leading AI firms that within 1 to 2 years, a majority of entry-level white-collar jobs will be gone. And then there are products that are being released to market that propose to do pretty much exactly that, and I anticipate pretty high uptake of those things to essentially eliminate back office operations in small businesses, things like that, or intermediate-sized businesses. And we're already seeing layoffs in the big tech firms. Microsoft had a big round of layoffs where 40% were computer coders and maybe another 20% supervisors of computer coders. And so I was just wondering, what sort of analysis is the Federal Reserve doing about that job shock, and how is it going to affect your dual mandate when it lands, perhaps as early as the next year or two?
So I think economists everywhere are doing work analyzing the potential implications of AI for employment and some of the very things that you mentioned. And we're certainly both consumers and producers of that kind of research. You know, and don't think anybody, I certainly can't make any positive statements with great confidence about what will happen, but there's certainly a possibility that at least at the beginning, AI will replace a lot of jobs rather than just augmenting people's labor. Over a long run, the history shows that generally new technology raises productivity and creates new jobs over time, but it can be disruptive in the very short term. And AI, anyone who's been exposed to AI has to be kind of stunned with what it's capable of. And you think, if you think, oh, this is just the beginning, they say that 2 years from now, the things you're looking at will be left behind by the continued development. So I think it is certainly everything you would want in a transformational technology, and I think that unknowable, but certainly to be important effects on the labor market. And I hear the same things you mentioned from CEOs, that they can see a way to significant reductions in employment, but I don't think we know that.
Yeah, but the question is, are you developing a playbook for this shock? You know, part of your job is to look at tail risk, and this is probably not even a real tail risk.
So you're saying I should probably just do my real job this afternoon instead of trying to trade this? What the fuck do you guys do when volatility is not like 25?
Across the economy. Are you actually developing a playbook in case the shock is real, and what you may or may not be able to do with monetary or other policies?
Lose money? Just switch to sell side. I mean, it's like, this is what you do. All the fucking options on both sides of spot are sold.
That will be what we do.
The only fucking options that are being bought today are 6085 calls and 6100 puts. And both of those are just defensive positioning for the massive sold puts and sold calls on either side of them.
Okay, but think about it. I urge you.
Work IT.
What you will do if that job shock hit.
If you guys want to trade indexes, you've got to sell shit. You can't just go long short all the time. If you're gonna trade every day.
Decline in the use of checks. Check fraud is really very prevalent, and I was happy to join Chair Hill in sending you a letter and other banking regulators as well as FinCEN urging.
I thought this was the GME channel.
What you have in mind doing in response.
You saw any cover calls?
To that letter or what you've.
GME's the same thing.
So this is on the check fraud thing. Yep. I just know we just started a request for information, and I think we're starting a process of.
IV and correlation on GME are actually picking up.
Okay, and if you could,
FTD covering might be interesting after the big down.
Time is expired.
Thanks. Thank you. Yield back.
Okay, GME doesn't look terrible.
Yields back. I now recognize.
It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look terrible.
Chair Powell, we've discussed this several times before, but the issue remains, so I continue to raise it.
I mean, selling cover calls isn't safe. Every option position has inherent risk.
Revisit the SLR and
How you doing, Bedhead? Missed you.
Given the constraints
You been busy? Or just only up on Australian time?
Of its ability to intermediate in the Treasury market. I'm glad to see that you're meeting tomorrow to discuss the issue. And I know you've discussed this with Mr. Flood. I want to clarify a couple of things. The last time you testified.
I've
before
never
the committee,
not
you
been
said
assigned
you were
on sold
concerned
options.
about the level
Really?
levels of liquidity in the treasury
Isn't that
market.
ideal if you're selling them above your cost
Obvious thing
basis?
to do would be to reduce how binding the SLR on
I could sell
individual
6150s expiring today and I'll
considering
get assigned and
changes
lose
in
money.
SLR
That's
and ELCR.
highly unlikely. I feel like you're probably selling them far closer to spot
SLR.
and then getting blown up.
I do think we've effectively raised the capital tax on all kinds of
Probably
intermediation
selling like
activities.
0.3,
And that
0.2
certainly
delta.
includes,
Maybe on
treasury
more
bills.
volatile
So we've
days.
long favored.
That's always
subrogation
midday.
reform. And, so we're putting out a document for comment, which will see comments on one particular proposal and alternatives to that proposal. As I
The
mentioned
time's
earlier.
just upside down.
Which I think answers my next question, which will you look at changes at the leverage ratios that constrain a bank's ability to participate?
Yes, that's the idea.
In your view, would allowing netting mechanisms for derivatives on treasuries encourage participation in the market? And would you consider looking at that with your?
Yeah, let's
potential
reduce the
counterparts?
SLR requirements. That never went
derivatives?
south before.
My first phone call on that would be to Vice Chair Bowman to ask her what she's planning, but I'm certainly open to that conversation.
Absolutely. Let's discuss the framework review.
You need margin or
said
you
that
need
the
a
review
broker
of
that
the
allows you
consensus
to
statement is
work the
complete.
sell side with a
Potential
cash
changes to
account,
communication strategies
which there aren't many of. I think Fidelity lets you sell calls on cash settled instruments with a cash security. I think IBKR does. I'm not sure about TOS. They might.
So we, the framework review. they're
But,
talking
I
about
mean, that's not ideal.
Consensus statement, which contains our monetary policy.
Yeah, Fidelity does. TOS does not? Okay. IBKR does
We've
also.
had the meetings that we needed to have to talk about the.
But one of the advantages to having margin when you're selling spreads is that you're getting credit to manage those spreads.
The discussion between.
So in a margin account, if you have, $5,000 and you sell 3 spreads for $250 each, your balance is plus 750, so you have 5,750 in capital that you can use to manage the position that you sold. Whereas in a cash account, if you sell those, you have to reserve $500 per spread, I think. So you're down 1,500, which leaves you with 3,500 for capital management, this is arguably a worse scenario to be in.
First difference rule. Well, as you probably know, there are 5.
The advantage is that in the cash account you would be unrestricted by PDT. Or, well, less restricted by PDT than you would be in,
for where we are.
the alternative, like in the margin account. But I mean, margin accounts over $25,000 resolve that. Or you could always sell spreads further out.
Calling for a rate hike. The other 4 are calling for us to hold our policy where it is.
Right, like we could just set up trades like this right now. They're not even hard.
Go back to balance of time, and I turn to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bynum.
Let's
for 5 minutes.
here.
Ms. Bynum for 5 minutes.
Climbing up towards 6,100 right now, by the way.
I want to start off with just kind of a foundational belief I have. This big, beautiful bill is trash, and it's actually increasing our costs. But thank you for being here today. I was just back home and saw firsthand that businesses across the country,
say you
across
want
my
to
state,
sell
are worried about inflation and
fair
rising
call,
costs.
right?
And particularly for our state where we make chips.
Down to like the
we
30th.
Import, export, agriculture, and we have.
Let's see, we know where like Vega neutral is on the weekly. It's like 163. Gamma max on the weekly is like 6168. So let's say we do 6170.
So my first question is, it's my understanding that one of the key responsibilities of the chair
Those are
of the
like
Federal
210.
Reserve is to stabilize prices and fight
The
inflation.
700 risks. You could do like a few
On
of
my
those,
count,
right? You could do
the
like 5 of those or
President
something.
Trump has changed or announced
Right,
a new
and
tariff.
then you can just like, I'll just save
Or
those.
a delay of previously announced tariffs 19 times. And so has the president's
There.
ever-changing tariff made it easier or harder?
And
to
then let's
stabilize
see where that
prices
is in
and
like
So
5 days.
I by practice never comment on things the president does or says,
Has the administration's policies on
or the
tariffs,
administration.
has the change in policy on tariffs made it easier or harder?
So it's not up to us to judge these changes. These are things that elected politicians get elected and do, and it's just not our job. You know, our job is to provide stable prices and maximum employment to the public, and that's what
Going
we
to
do.
$5.50.
We do expect there will be a set of price increases from, some of the price increases from tariffs will flow through to the consumer. We don't know.
Maybe, or just top out right around here at the prior high,
kind of in watching
which
mode
is
until
like
we have a better sense.
540.81,
Back to school will be affected, the holiday season would be affected.
which we're about
You
81
mentioned it a
cents
little
short
bit.
of retesting.
How, you didn't say the exact time frame, but you thought maybe a few months, we would start to see changes from
Well, I think
tariff
we're going to be
impacts.
learning as we see. We'll get before the July meeting, we'll
No,
get
it's 5.
Inflation report well before that.
Oh,
And,
wait,
you know, we're
that's
going to be looking to
backwards.
see, we expect to start to see meaningful increases
There we go.
through the goods channel. And if we don't see that, then that'll be telling us something. We'll be learning from that. And by the way, we'll also be looking at the labor market. If it weakens unexpectedly, we'll be looking at that too. We will continue to adapt to the evolving situation as we have been doing.
I like we were going to squeeze the short calls at
market
6,100.
conditions
If
would
we do,
the
there's not
Federal
much
Reserve
delta to
would be
the
able
upside, so
lower
I feel
interest
like
rates, which would also lower
it would be
costs.
fairly short-lived.
So as I just mentioned, I would say if we were to see that inflation is not coming.
We can,
as
but
Powell
I mean,
forecast and other public
60,
forecasts,
10,
suggest that
6110,
would
6120
push us in
are
the
going to
direction of
be
being able to cut sooner.
upside
Also, if the
resistance to
labor market were
that.
to weaken, that would push us in the direction of being able to cut sooner. I think if the opposite happens, if the labor market remains strong and we do see higher inflation, I think we will still get around to cutting, but it would be later rather than sooner.
What do you think American families are expecting from the Federal Reserve?
Stable prices and maximum employment. That's what we want to deliver. And, you know, we want people to feel so confident of price stability that they never think about inflation. That's where we were for a very long time.
RSP is still
We've made a lot of
5%
progress
off
back
its
to that
all-time
place,
high.
but we're not quite there yet. And we're
So I
gonna
think
do
for
it
us to
in
move
the
substantially higher, we're going to need to see
Is there a
breadth pick
threat
up.
The administration has presented
And
right
so
now
far,
plans to
we haven't
lower
been
costs
seeing a
as
lot of
opposed
that.
to providing tax breaks for billionaires.
Again, it's really not up to me to discuss the administration's priorities or
Okay.
policies.
I'm going to quickly switch gears here. It seems to me like you're under a lot of pressure from the president to address the national debt. True, false?
Sorry?
Are you under pressure from the president to address the national debt?
So our role is maximum employment and price stability. Fiscal policy is the responsibility of Congress, and so it's not really within our ambit.
I think that despite all of the talk about national debt, this big, beautiful trash bill, continuing to do that will actually raise the national debt. So thank you for answering the questions today and continuing to.
I think she's trying to. I think she's trying to point out that higher interest rates
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, who is
are
chair of
affecting
Financial
deficits.
Institutions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for the generosity of your time. We're at the witching hour, but appreciate your endurance. And with respect to the
Wait, what?
friends, the gentlelady's line of questioning, would a recession
Fuck you on
that
about,
would,
Dork.
potentially result from a massive tax increase, a $4 trillion tax increase, would a recession help the debt and deficit picture?
I mean, it's going to be, the more we move up, the harder it's going to be to sustain the price.
Yeah, so I think.
Did you guys watch the fucking
sky is falling
video
scenario about
that
the
I
one
made
degree
about
of bill,
Vega
we have to
Neutral?
Put into context, and I'm not asking you, Chairman Powell, to comment on this, but this is my editorial response to my colleague. A massive $4.5 trillion tax increase that would put us into a recession is not a recipe for fiscal discipline. Chairman Powell, let me switch gears to tariffs. Governor Waller argued in a speech earlier this month that tariffs might result in just a one-time price increase as opposed to increasing long-term inflation expectations. especially since this Congress has not pumped massive spending into the economy as Democrats did under President Biden. On this issue of a one-time price increase versus inflation expectations, do you generally agree with Governor Waller's analysis?
So I do agree that basically, if things are a one-time increase, then you don't respond to them. That's the whole idea, is there's a shock to prices. It could be an oil shock, could be a tariff shock. Generally
I check School of Stock every day, and there's still only one video.
One-time shock. I think this current situation, though, is a complicated one, and I think a number of my colleagues and I feel like it's a decision we need to take with some care. And the reason is because, we're not at price stability. In 2018 and 19, when the president's tariffs were put into place, not only did we not raise rates, we cut rates 3 times.
Just Powell, if he was pressured by Trump to address the national debt, that's not his job. I know.
We do raise kind of more concern. In 2019, we hadn't had high inflation in 30 years. Now we're only a few years reduced away from high inflation. So we think that they may well prove to be a one-time thing, but
stumbling?
at the same time, it's a decision we want to approach with some care.
I think we've made a lot of progress towards getting closer to that 2% goal. Does the Fed take into account the disinflationary fiscal policies like supply-side tax cuts, deregulation, and more energy production that could be a counterweight to whatever one-time price increase?
Pulling back to retest the calls at 60.85.
We look at aggregate inflation.
See if we get support here at 90, and maybe they sell the 85 put.
Which has come
Although,
down. That was the very sticky inflation.
I don't think that helps
So I
there.
think overall,
Selling puts up here is really bad.
Chairman Powell, we're looking forward to this rulemaking later this week addressing Treasury market liquidity. Can you talk about how
we'd probably want to see more bond
banks are
calls come in?
constrained
We're just not
from,
seeing a ton of
holding
that.
U.S. Treasuries and other low-risk assets on their balance sheet as a result of these restrictive leverage ratios?
Yes, when banks are bound by the leverage ratio, when that's the binding capital constraint, then that's going to make low risk, low return assets, something you don't want to hold. And so lots.
Right
of
until you
very
to buy
low
calls.
risk
I said,
intermediation, including
like
treasury
institutions and stuff need to buy calls.
to the point with capital requirements that you
Not you, unless you're gonna buy like 50,000 of them.
Thought that it would be better if we had a leverage ratio that was a backstop rather than the binding thing, and that's what this proposal is going to do.
Too late.
Let me
Bought all the
preemptively
calls.
Thank you and Vice
Thanks,
Chair
Grim,
of
too.
Supervision Bowman for working on SLR reform to accommodate more bank holdings of treasuries to stabilize our treasury markets. Finally, I'm pleased to see that the Fed joined,
Whoa. Don't get it twisted. We don't buy calls here at the Pickle Jar. If you're buying calls, you can get out.
Senator Scott and I introduced the FIRM Act to stop the weaponization of the supervision process.
Wait, what do I do with my calls, slot machine?
The targeting of politically.
I'm just kidding. I sold them at the
groups.
top.
Our bill requires regulators to focus on the true risks as opposed to political factors. What was the Federal Reserve's thought process in implementing this common sense reform?
That it's common sense, and I think this is an area where
I literally bought calls every night for like fucking 3 years.
Reports were louder and louder and more troubling. So we just thought, let's take this off the table. It may have been.
Next thing you're gonna tell me is you're gonna sell me puts at 4,800 again. Those puts were like $80.
They didn't intend to discriminate. That's what the banks.
Thank you for helping to
Will
depoliticize the
announce
banking
to the
system.
membership,
I
we
yield
will
back.
recognize Mr. Torres and Mr. Loudermilk, then adjourn for our 1 p.m. agreed to hard stop time. And with that, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized.
Gamma's smoothing out. I mean, we have a runway to test 6,100.
Chair Powell, you spoke about
Not necessarily.
uncertainty and declining sentiment in the U.S. economy.
Just means total gamma's falling because there's profit taking on the calls that were bought up here.
For the elevated uncertainty and declining sentiment created by the Trump tariffs?
I don't want to be criticizing policies. I will say, uncertainty has.
Is it fair that it's fair to say that the policy created uncertainty?
It's fair to say uncertainty was very elevated, but it's also fair to say that uncertainty has actually come down since the peak, if you will, in April. I think there's a different feeling out there now than there was 2 months ago, and it's more constructive feeling on the part of businesses, which you must be feeling too.
But it's higher than it otherwise would be in the absence of the Liberation Day tariffs. To what extent was the elevated uncertainty a factor in keeping the Fed from cutting interest rates?
So I think that's part of it. The truth is, we were cutting rates, and we paused in January and haven't cut rates since. And really, the reason is that we, like other forecasters, do expect a fairly substantial wave of price increases to come through to the consumer and to measured inflation. We've always said the timing, amount, and persistence of all that is highly uncertain. I think we hadn't expected to see it until now. We now begin to think it is time for us to be seeing that, and if we don't see it, that will matter. If we do see it, that will matter. So we've just taken a cautious approach to not moving our policy rate.
I hope they cut rates and then inflation peaks.
About the size and likely effects of that.
Chair Powell, following the so-called Liberation Day tariffs in early April, we saw something the U.S. economy had not seen in decades. A flight not to the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, but away from it. And since President Trump's inauguration, the U.S. dollar index has fallen by nearly 10%, marking the worst first-half performance for the dollar since 1986. At the same time, Japan, America's largest sovereign creditor, just saw the worst 20-year Japanese government bond auction since the 1980s, raising fears that it could reduce its holdings of U.S. treasuries. Given these developments, do you believe, as I do, that the U.S. may be transitioning from
some
a
of the
period
60-80 sold
to a period of
puts
dollar decline?
and 60-70 sold puts are closing,
The Fed does not have
as are some of the 60-85 sold
I'm asking
puts.
for your analysis.
I wouldn't make that statement. No, I think it's things have been volatile. The markets are digesting.
We got a
things.
little bump in
And
bought
I
puts
think
at
the
95.
Treasury
There's still
buying by
a substantial
no
number
measure
of bought
dollars
calls
The
at
safe haven
85.
status of the dollars is as strong as it's
Although
ever been.
some are closing,
Despite
not
the
very
dollar
many of
still
them
the
are.
number one safe haven currency, and I don't
So
think
85 is still a significant support level. Slipping 85, however, could be could
Well, that's
open
about
up
the
a
debt.
broader range,
The
maybe
big,
down to
beautiful
like
bill would have ugly
65.
consequences for our nation's finances, adding more than $2 trillion to the debt if the provisions are temporary, and far more if made permanent. We've accumulated World War II levels of debt, not during a world war, but during peacetime. Interest payments on the debt have become the largest item in the federal budget after Social Security, surpassing Medicaid, Medicare, and military defense. To what extent is the U.S. at risk of entering a debt spiral in which rising interest costs lead to ever larger deficits, which in turn lead to ever larger interest costs?
Yeah, I think that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level right now, but the path is not sustainable, and I think the sooner we deal with that, and by we I mean you, the better.
The Trump administration has championed the unitary executive theory, the notion that the president has absolute power over all entities that wield executive power. That theory, if taken to an extreme, would all but abolish the independence of the Federal Reserve. If monetary policy became nothing more than an expression of presidential will and whims, what havoc would that wreak on the U.S. economy?
I think that independent central banks have proven over time to be a valuable and critical institutional practice. And I think that is because basically advanced economy democracies around the world have given their central banks a degree of operational independence. They assign them goals. You go do this and you stick to those things, but we'll let you, you may choose the means of achieving those goals. It's called instrument independence, but not goal independence. And I think it's a very
Gentleman's time has expired.
Very important practice.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes our last member of the day, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. I'd play the song, but I'll literally blow everyone's eardrums out.
Get out of here right at time. As some of my colleagues know, I chair the bipartisan Payments and FinTech Caucus along with a fellow Georgian this committee, Representative Davis.
I don't think tariffs have worked their way through the supply chain yet either, but we'll find out more about that on the 9th, right? When the reciprocal tariff deadline hits, and see how many of those reciprocal tariffs are actually going to go in place, or if Trump's going to give everybody another 90 days.
Last year, a dispute between
I'm going to go with number 2.
Bank and Trust revealed a shortfall in customer savings deposits of $65 to $95 million. There are still thousands of individuals.
Because they sure as fuck don't want rates at the top end of the curve to go up to 6%.
Provide an update on what the Federal Reserve is doing to ensure that customers
That's
have
scary.
access to their funds, and is there anything
That's why Bassat had to spank Trump last time and make him pull back all the tariffs.
So I don't have a lot of specifics for you on that. I am assured that we're still very much doing everything we can to try to get people their money back and to avoid similar occurrences.
Okay. Well, I said I was going to be brief, and that was a brief answer. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair would like to thank Chairman Powell for his testimony today. And without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair.
That's enough. That is done. Nice. Oh, and now I can play Dinky a song. Welcome aboard, dude.
Jar, legends are made.
Hmm. Is there an auction today? Yeah, right now. 2-year bid to cover 2.58, prior 2.57, a little bit weaker demand. High yield actual 3.785, prior was 3.955. Auction came in a little bit low, so not a bad auction. Williams says that tariffs might be adding 1/4 percentage point to inflation right now. Although that can change. There's still a lot holding this up. The 85 calls, although some profits were taken, still remain pretty strong to the downside. And then there are supportive puts sold at 85 and 80 as well. Still resistance to the upside at 90, 95, and 6100. But we can trade in this range a lot. It was a moderate sell-off. Almost retested 85, but didn't. A lower high here might cause some of those sold puts or bought calls to retreat a bit. Not there yet though. No, mostly selling the 85. 85 put and the 60 put are pretty heavily sold to the downside. 80, well, 80, 85. And then 65, 60, 55. Further down the chain. To the upside, sold calls at every strike, including at spot at 90. But some bot puts coming in at 90 also, so probably some of the short puts at 90 retreating a little bit. There's bot puts at 95 and a lot of bot puts at 6100. Don't forget that the convexity of returns for the market maker shifts up here. So this is being above Vega neutral is very similar to being under. Well, it's actually a little different than being under gamma neutral. It's just when the market goes down up here, the MM doesn't do anything. They don't care, right? And so this is a little bit different than like when Vega exposure is negative but gamma exposure is positive, where the market maker is buying the downtick. Concave versus convex. I remember that lesson. There you go. You're learning. Am I turning into a responsible trader and putting stops and making money because you really want to buy a shitty British SUV that's going to fall apart 3 months after you purchase it and be worth 50% of what you paid for it after a year? I assume. I hate you. I hate Land Rovers. Only with indexes, right? Not equities. I mean, equities are very rarely negative on, very rarely have negative Vega exposure. QQQ hit an all-time high today. Did it? I thought it just missed its all-time high. Yeah, it's still just short of its all-time high on QQQ is 4081. China supports Iran in safeguarding its national sovereignty and security, and on that basis achieving a genuine ceasefire so that people can return to a normal life. You mean China supports Iran continuing to ship it oil? Shocker. We could just slide back to, is it easier to gain momentum downside now or upside? It's easier to gain momentum to the downside, especially if VN is lost. But I don't think we have to worry about that right now. At least not immediately. This will probably net out longer. But a failure of VN could lead to a pretty substantial sell-off. There's a petro yuan. And there's gold also. If other people are asking about downside price action, means we'll not see it. I mean, you can still make returns on puts. It's harder and they have to be timed. That was the whole point of bricks. Any reason TOS shows 541.28 as QQQ all-time high? If you switch to the 4-hour chart, maybe pre-market. I'm confused as to how we're back near all-time high. You mean why the market is substantially higher than it was prior to the start of the conflict that has created the bullishness upon its resolution? Because people bought a bunch. Forecasted earnings are not improving due to tariffs. What? Forecasted earnings are slightly improving from April, but are still lower, like, year over year. Okay. I'm just making sure. Here's the secret, though. They probably won't be better. As those stabilizing inventories are drawn down, those costs are going to creep into margins, and it's not going to be pretty. Again, tariffs can bring down inflation, but at the cost of growth. This is what we learned about tariffs the last time that we decided, wow, those are a shitty idea. Yes, but Danimal, I'm not speaking just to you. There's other people that may not know. If you DM me a question, I'm less likely to treat you like an idiot or sound patronizing because I don't have to answer the question for 300 people simultaneously. Yeah, we just need the dollar to drop like 40 more %, and we can eliminate all those trade deficits. False. All right. Well, less patronizing. Have you ever been to Golden Steer in Vegas? Is that the one in the Sahara? Maybe, but I don't know if I ate there. I think I went there, but I don't think I ate any food. We still don't have a 6100 test. Although, that doesn't mean we're necessarily getting one. Senate Republican leader Thune plans a Friday Senate vote on the Trump tax bill. 39 counterparties take 187.36 billion at reverse repo. Getting closer and closer to that end of the month. I'm kind of interested what happens in the start of next month. Especially if Delta doesn't pick back up on the SPX chain and all that Delta falls off on SPXW. Could have some interesting implications. If I were an institution and reciprocal tariffs were restarting on the 9th, I also probably wouldn't buy 30 DTE options to the upside. Or sell puts 30 days out. How about a week out? Week out's end of the month, though. We can't go up. I bought puts. This shouldn't be possible. Please explain to my ADP why they're decaying. Well, because you bought a put that's below a local support level, and you're hoping it prints. Now, it could. But you're going to need capitulation on the 85 and 90 bullish positioning in order to live your dream. And that dream could very well just be your like $6 option dropping to $3 and then bouncing back to $3.50 before dropping to 10 cents. Sounds about right. I bought at the local top, so they're already at $3. Why didn't you sell them when you were up before? You don't like money? Wow, I'll rephrase that. You don't like having more money? You just described my trading patterns. You know the cool thing about selling options? That's more money than you started with, Thunder. I'd much rather have $30 than negative 300. Doesn't the Treasury need to roll over $9 trillion in debt this year? Why are we not hearing anything about that? Because currently we're pricing in that the Fed cuts before the Treasury needs to do that, and that the debt ceiling is magically raised so that the Treasury can keep spending money like it's going out of style. That's what we're pricing in right now. Now, if that doesn't happen, we'll have to price in something else. That doesn't sound like financial freedom to me. 10% a day compounding is like $1 billion in a year on $300. I can do the math. $14 trillion. Thunder, pay attention. I'm the greatest. Congratulations. That's all it takes. It's just a little win. Little win and another little win and another little win. And all of a sudden, it looks like you had a big win. No, just don't take a big loss. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'll be right back. Oh, Thunder sold the bottom of that dip. I'm back. This looks delicious. Hmm. I did sell the bottom of that dip because I'm amazing, remember? Not debating if I want to sell some bear call spreads that will ruin me when we gap over 100. If we gap over 100. It's really, really tough for everyone to accept that most of the bullish price action just happened overnight, right? Happy to help, Harry. No, we could lose VM, but it's risky. Right now, there's a lot of bullish support at and above it. As that retreats more into the end of the day, maybe. I give Gamma on the 85 slips, but right now it doesn't look like that's happening. Would you do anything different for overnight straddles when we're above VM like this? Yeah, I probably wouldn't get a lot of calls. I don't think I've ever bought calls overnight if we close above Vega neutral. Or if I do, they're just like a hedge, like 5 to 20 or something like that. No, Tesla did not have an OPEX run these last 2 weeks. Tesla had tanked on the Elon shit with Trump, and it bounced back on the Trump shit being over, and then it rocketed yesterday on oil prices mooning. It looks like my assessment of short the fuck out of Tesla today was a great idea. It's down 4.25% from from the intraday high. Yeah, but that was high risk. That's why I didn't write it up. Hmm. I'm eating sausage and peppers. It sounds basic, but I can assure you, it's got a lot of layers. I don't have an OnlyFans, Mike. Where are the pigeon wheel degen plays you promised us? Actually, that would be the perfect place for me to... But I already said it on stream. Every time you write something up, I don't read it, and immediately buy 0.01 delta positions, 0 DTs on it. Especially if it's a long-term play with shares. Nice. You're just trying to play me timing them too perfectly? Some of those pigeon wells are not permanently on stream. Write up those sweet, sweet degen plays. It's hard to remember all the stocks I talk about in a given day. But yeah, Tesla's the only red in a sea of green on the Mag 7 right now. Actually, Tesla's like the only thing that's red on the S&P today. Can't you just label it degen only? If you lose money, I'll laugh at you. Yeah, but for the pigeon whales. I gotta give them something. Each one of them is 4 dillionaires. So a pigeon whale has 4 times the market cap of a dillionaire. You like the streams more than there are viewers, me too. Witness me. I am resplendent. You better not have done it again, you son of a bitch. Okay. We can just get natural likes. Thank you. Wait, do you actually keep rocks in your pocket? Yeah, if I want a slow organic increase in daily likes, there's literally 200 people in here that could just hit the fucking button. You know? No, I don't need a bot. Just like the fucking stream. Nah. Figures. You need a bikini? For what? Dixie hit its lowest point since 2022 today. Was that bullish for equities? Short term. Have you guys ever thought that the entire market sell-off was just SLD? And no one cared about the conflict between Israel and Iran at all? After careful deliberation, the brain and I have decided to start the discussion of liking the stream. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thunder 86. You forgot to capitalize it. See, Rims and Tims knows how to speak to the algos. Capitalize everything, use excessive punctuation. That doesn't work. Use the race card. Rims and Tims, you wear Sperry's and you grew up in Long Island. How effective is that really? What's up, Nuke? Um, sorry, do you guys ever think that Trump bought his own social media network so that he could just always be the top post? Same like Elon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can do a pet heavy strangle up here for overnight? You mean, am I going to buy at the money puts at close if we close above Vega neutral? Possibly. I've never thought anything but that. DJT can't afford Fox. When Gamma Strike Social? Not for a while. Also, I don't like social media. I know. I realize the irony of that statement, but I really don't. No, he bought it so he could launder money. Also, you mean accept political donations? Issue debt, same like payoff. You have a Tinder profile, social as fuck. As a matter of fact, I don't anymore. Antisocial. Ooh. Laura, please? I'm sure you guys will make up a bunch of stuff. Let's see the figure. I'm not married. If you don't have a Tinder profile, what happened to your Tinder thought budget? Oil. Fixed income investments. Is he betrayed? My cat's become more active and less under the couch. But that's also just made him more fucking annoying. Hide the chest freezers behind the green screen. Problem solved. Yeah. Is it A? Are you what? My monitors are AOC. Wait, do you mean the Congresswoman? No. What's the earliest you've ever entered into an overnight straddle? Market open? I broke the news to my wife. She bursted into tears, knowing she's gonna have to work her whole life staying with me. I'm sorry for her. She did marry you, so I mean... It's to a level I'm like, yeah, well... Resistance, you know? This is true. Bad decision making on her part. I mean, she married someone named STD Slot Machine. And worse, she knew that name before we started dating. She's a gambler? I guess so. That's his biblical name. Oh boy. Can we pump ourselves out of needing a correction? We're just gonna correct from higher. Hmm. I think just correct from higher. I think like delayed but still on the table. Cause world peace, you know. My wife also made similar questionable decisions. But you're an otter. She probably just likes all the fur. Head and shoulders. Mm, I don't know. There's still a fuck ton of bot calls at 85. I haven't shaved my face in 20 years. I'm catching up to you. Someone asked me when I was like 28, are you 14? And I looked in a mirror and it dawned on me that I needed a beard. And I've had one ever since. So now I look 26. Several years later. It's that glowing skin you've got. No, I'm only tanned around my face. My arms are not tan. See? Italian. Irish. Stop buying calls, rims. Persian skin do be like that. I'm not Persian. Stop trying to get me deported. I am largely Western European. And by that I mean entirely. I thought you were Mexican. No. I am part Spanish, but the Spain Spanish. I'm also not Puerto Rican. When I was 12, people thought I was 18. Those are called pedophiles. Name's probably Giacomo O'Doyle. Oh, God. How much do you think VN would have moved today? You know, honestly, VIX has been pretty flat all day, so probably not a lot. Especially monthly VN. I don't think anyone's selling puts out there at all. Popping in for the day. Should I sell some calls here? You could, but there's a slight risk that we could squeeze 6,100 end of day, so bear that in mind. Kind of like the end of day squeeze yesterday. Remember, all the leveraged funds have to do all their buying of NDX at close. And TQQQ is up quite a lot today. Okay, someone fill in the blank. Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta. Oh, it's just Microsoft. Tesla. What am I missing? 6 of the Mag 7. Oh, NVIDIA. Where the fuck did I put that? I think I deleted it. NVIDIA's doing really good. It's up at 3.6 trillion right now. BNet's been fucking kicking ass ever since it went down to like $8. Kind of looks bullish right now, actually. What's up, Bravo? I want to short tech so much. Who's gonna spend the most money first? What do you guys think? Should I short Meta or should I short NVIDIA? Or Microsoft? Or Amazon's not really high enough. It's not worth it. AMD's still kicking ass. Did anybody go long AMD when I was like, hey, going long AMD is really good? Back when it was like $120. No. Yeah, boy. Okay. All right. Nice. Excellent. Literally when you said it. Yeah, Jimmy does have FTDs coming up. And it doesn't actually look that bad. But it might be too early. Also, it's Bitcoin correlation's kind of low right now. Might be some XRT covering end of quarter. I don't know. I don't know if the shorts are ever going to let it get back above 25 now that they finally got it below 25. Diamond hands again? I've been selling cover calls above Gamma Max that I get from Gamma Strike. And what's the success rate on those for you? 100? Nice. God, Gamma Strike is cool as shit. That's some 120 calls the day after that news came out. And the market dipped the next day, I averaged down. Same. That was a good buy-in when it like tested like 115. Fucking Lisa Sue. This was a really beautiful DM that I received the other day from a Pickle Jar member, and it was so beautiful that I wanted to share it with all of you. I totally don't think you guys have become way too comfortable with me. Gherkin, I have a solution for your mic issue. Just get a fake mic and attack it to the necklace or some shit. Then you will always have the appearance of having a mic. Also, I had a dream where you and I got together and hung out, and then you completely flaked on me after giving me matcha tea and vermouth out of some kind of weird clay gourd / flask. Dork was there too, and we were driving through a blown-up city in a DeLorean. He was also Zach Galifianakis, and he got a blowjob from a prostitute, and we had 5 bands to blow. Anyways, after you ditched me, Megatron tried to kill me, and I got saved by some kind of trained Autobot, who definitely had some kind of weird motherly instinct. I had to parkour out of a 5-story building that was collapsing. I think I made it for what it's worth, even though Dreamgirk dipped out on me like 30 minutes before. Have a nice day, man. That was really sweet. Make that person a mod. I've been way too selective about what I send via DM. You've always been very respectful, Jen. It's appreciated. That's why you're a moderator. I don't want to know how many of you have dreams about me. I didn't know it was cool to send dream DMs. Oh, fuck. Leave it to Gherk to dip out. Yeah, fuck that, I'm out. Yes, you do. I'm not surprised he got hit with the trademark BRB. Sounds like when we did the AI-generated stories starring Larry Chang. Those, hey, listen, those AI-generated stories from Larry Chang were indistinguishable from actual Larry Chang posts. Erases dream log. I fear you've started a thing. I mean, it's clearly was already a thing. And here I've just been sending pictures of me and Dong Thongs, and he always sends Brent Rambo GIF back. I think that might be a fake Gherk. I had a dream earlier. I was watching the stream and a squirrel was in the room, I think. It was very dark. What does this mean for the market? That you need to protect those nuts? The squirrel wasn't a dream. It's really in there with you. Oh boy. Can I get some of your unwashed socks? They can be mismatched, not a big deal. I'm pretty meticulous about not losing my socks. Maybe if they get holes in them. But I've been buying the wool ones with the lifetime warranty. Oh, something happened while you were gone, you two. A lot. Can I get after workout boxers? I don't work out. Did you not hear about my cholesterol yesterday? I don't ever need to work out again. I have the cholesterol of an 18-year-old. My heart is probably really soft and pliable. It's just the gruff exterior. The blood pressure is like 118/78. 18-year-old me would have loved your LDL. I think it's because I stopped eating like a lot of red meat several years ago. I'm sure it was probably worse at one point. I also slowed down the butter. More olive oil. My BP was 102/60 last week. Jesus Christ, Jen. Drinking ups your LDL too? I don't drink. Well, not really. My butter intake is at an all-time high. Jen is zen as fuck. Hold on. I know my HDL to triglyceride ratio. That was really good too. Cholesterol to HDL was 2.5. HDL to triglycerides. It doesn't give me the ratio, but it's like 1 to 2. HDL was 48. Triglycerides are 98. LDL is 92. Local lower low. Yeah, a little bit of slipping. There's still support here though. Synthetic long at 85 and the synthetic long at 90. Almost, and definitely synthetic long at 85. So massive synth short 6100, small synth long 6085. If we lost 80, then some downside could open up, but otherwise, I think we're closing somewhere between 85 and 100. How good is your vision 2020? Remember, no sunlight. What this tells me is that the sun is killing you people. Stay away from it. Vampire? That's what you are. Having like better than perfect vision's like bad though. Yeah, I know 2020 is average. I think there's like a comparison of people with well, there was like a study that they did on people with like, I think it was like 2018 and better vision, and there were higher incidences of migraines and like light sensitivity. What are you talking about? I know I'm behind on this topic, but most of my dreams involve Gherk of some kind. We're best friends. Yeah, I was talking to Maeve. Did you think the superpower would come without a downside? It's not like he could shoot lasers out of his fucking eyes. The only reason you have better vision than me is because what you stare at involves gains, Staring at losses every day can take a toll. Is that how Jfresh's eyes got pointy? You don't know if I can or cannot shoot lasers out of my eyes. Yes, I do. The answer is no. Oh my god, we almost have a 50% like ratio. Do you ever go back and watch streams from the GME days? It's crazy how things were. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That was just me too. There's rumors? Well, now I want to perpetuate them. What are they? So you can relive the glory days of 510 gang? You don't need to lie, but that's on the Discord. I wouldn't go watch myself stream GMA. That's disgusting. No. But Gherk, it's reflective. Wait, what is? We like watching the home movie your parents made of your high school graduation. Yeah. Insult me personally, and I'll like it. I don't know enough about you to insult you, channel name. Can you remember a time when I did insult you? Tell us about your real girlfriend. No, this is far more interesting. I like gossip. Ooh, roasted? I don't have a boyfriend. I've told you guys I don't do that. Swing? Well, that either. I know, little G-Wagon. Is that why you left Dillionaire? You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me that last night in our dream cruise? He has a husband named Darth. Me and Darth are not fucking married, okay? The wedding photo says otherwise. That's photoshopped. This is the worst price action ever, and the theta isn't decaying fast enough. It's a slow it's a slow progression, admittedly. What type of wine does your girlfriend like? I don't fucking know. Wine's disgusting. Dream Gherkin and I laugh and laugh and laugh. He always has my back. Oh, Brett. The answer is rosé. Trust me, the answer is always rosé. That's the worst of all the types of wine. You're unsubbing over rosé? Well, I'm no offense, but I think the pickle jar might be better off without you. It's not Cat Lady. I've told you guys repeatedly, Cat Lady is mentally ill. You can't just date mentally ill people. With that attitude. That's why the pickle jar is mostly single. I feel like a pickle jar is mostly married. Nobody would date me if that were true. You only have a girlfriend, Cobra, right now because you're furiously covering up all the aspects of your life that are untenable. Yeah, but she's loaded with a Bentley? Your wife? That's no way to talk about Mrs. Vance. That's the only reason I'm here is because I'm married and hiding stuff from my wife. Cat lady, she's loaded with her dad has a Bentley. And her dad's loaded. She's not loaded. Why would I ever tell anyone I dated about this fucking place? I'm not stupid. Don't. I know. How could you hide it? How do you hide things? I used to make fun of your preference for crazy women. I don't have the right to do that anymore. What did you do? You talk to us all the time during work hours. What does she think dork is to you? Ward? I've always wanted me and Dork's relationship to be like that of like a man and his like manservant or groundskeeper. But Dork's not old enough. So I've been trying to just stress him out as much as possible so that he ages faster. Why are you ashamed of us? 'Cause you're embarrassing. Traders are the worst people in the world. And then large groups of them are just awful. No, Jen. Squire? Maybe. What happens to squires? Yeah, more like Alfred and Batman, but Dork isn't old enough to be Alfred. Or British. My tip is full of liquidity. Thank you, Grim 2. I'll put that on the Hallmark card. A recent article said 80% of traders have hemorrhoids. Not me. This is why you need to have a lot of soluble fiber in your diet. I highly recommend Benefiber. Just get a big old fucking thing of it from Costco and put it in all of your food. Half listening. Welcome to Tillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I want to get really close to this mic for the rest of the day. Dork's been trying to make me work on my microphone etiquette. So I need to be like, yeah, I need to be right here at all times. This is the appropriate distance from the microphone to my face. Now you really sound like Dream Gherk. I know. Ooh. I definitely prefer humid breathing in my ear. You're welcome. Yeah, but I don't lick my eyeballs. He never yells at me. I'm not yelling at you. Remember when I said we edge differently? Get back on that mic. Dork said the appropriate way to do this is to make sure that people can hear the inside of your mouth. Like a bulldog? Thoughts for Power Hour. More of this shit. What kind of vocal exercises do you do to warm up for the stream? I drink like some coffee. Thanks, Pickle Morty. You know, now that you have a child, you really can't talk like that anymore. Otherwise, your kid's gonna gamble all your money away. Pickle Jar really sees the same price action for 4 hours and asks, what's gonna happen in the last hour? Welcome aboard. I feel like this is the perfect time for Trash Dan to show up. I wonder where Trash Dan is. Living life, I think, right now. Trash Dan will show up when Trash Dan shows up. So she doesn't know why you're never available on a Sunday afternoon. What about Afternoon Delight? Is that a movie? You say the world, I'll make you a stepmommy. Popcorn, as the last I checked, was in fact okay and alive. And still in the pickle jar, but also still busy with life things. Oh, it's the song. Afternoon Delight equals sex in the afternoon. That's just afternoon sex. How do day traders handle afternoon delights? Just stops or do it while trading? You have to start 15 minutes before the closing bell and finish at the closing bell. It takes a lot of teamwork. I'm over here Googling afternoon delight. It seems that it was brought about by the Starland Vocal Band and their 1976 hit, Afternoon Delight. Now, you know what I have heard of? I have heard of morning sex being called Sunny D. My great grandma said about her like water delivery guy one time that she'd like to park his boots under her bed. She was like 87. That's hot. There's so many good euphemisms though. Why afternoon delight? How about riding the bony pony? Euthanasia. I've never heard uh baloney pony. How about just coitus? Gamma squeeze. When my friends and I were 17, we drove to Miami to party. We slept in the car each night and it was brutal. One night my friend couldn't stand sleeping in the car anymore, so he porked a 72-year-old woman to stay in her hotel room. Meat whistle's just a euphemism for dick. I wonder if we'll test 6100. You guys ever try to revisit classics? Like instead of saying fucking, say something like making fuck? What about in French? How do you say beef pastry? I've always been partial to fornication. Sounds too legal. I heard a Swedish one that was like something about getting salmon wet, but it translates differently. I don't know what the Swedes do with salmon. Patisserie à boeuf. Thank you. Do the pickle jar sell CCs on Fubo under $3? I don't know. Did you ask him? We have songs that are literally just odd compilations of clips from this stream. The best one I heard for jerking off was Manhandle the Ham Candle. Also, seizing the means of reproduction. Yeah, I could play the bloop song. If I could find it. Hmm. Oh my god, I've just found an entire channel of recipes that I've given people. Somewhere else. Hmm. Nope. I kind of want to buy a put here, but I don't want to get squeezed out. Dude, if you're eating pickles right now, that's awesome. I want a pickle. I don't have a PO box set up, but I want to set one up so people just send me pickles from around the world. I can try them all. Because everyone loves pickles. I like pickles. They're tasty. Except kimchi. I hate that stuff. It's so gross. I keep trying to eat it because it's like popular, and I go out to restaurants and like I was raised to just like eat everything on my plate, and I'll eat it. And every time I eat it, I hate it. I hate myself for not being able to say no. I want a pickle. Should I buy a pickling business? How profitable is the pickle world? I want a pickle. I'm not like obsessed with pickles. Have you had pickled eggs? No. Are they hard boiled? Because I don't like hard boiled eggs. I like. Can you pickle a soft boiled egg? Thank you. I made it. Pickled herring. I've had it. No, thank you. You can keep that. Today's stream card is a Gherkin original. I don't know what it is, but I'd be willing to try it. Okay, so I bought a 6100 when I said I was going to buy one. I'm up $50. Should I buy a pickle? No, put. Well, now I'm only up $30. Because you fucked it up, Brett. Oh, don't look at it. You're making it worse. I'm waiting for the 6100 squeeze before I get my put. Interesting. I just bought this one in the money. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. The NQ rejection's kind of interesting, though. The ES rejection, not so much. A little bit of support at 6150. Hmm. The range on this is kind of dog shit. I think we could pull back and retest like 90-ish. Maybe. But also possibly not. Still a lot of resistance at 6100. Left a gap, 6098. Right below spot. Y'all. Little gap. Little gappy poo. Right along. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. This would be a great time for some put buying. Wonder if anyone's buying puts here, though. Sold puts in 95. Interesting. Seems risky. Some profit taking on calls. Ooh, bought puts at 90. No, the dumpy part was part of the war. War's over. 12 days. I already have a put. Which was doing fine until I showed it to Brett, which is interesting. Two gaps to the downside now. 99 and 98. No uptick in vol. Also, still no test of 6100. Nope. Gonna fill those gaps. Hmm. One of them's only a penny. Okay, that one's filled. The 98 one's a bit more significant. I guess technically it's a lower high. By 11 cents. 9 cents. Google dumping. Huh. Why is that? A lot of puts sold at 60.95 over the last few minutes. Really stacking the risk right up at the money. Let me get squeezed. How are we staying up? We're still bot calls at 85, although less of them. Some have closed. 60.95 calls are closing too, which might be more important. Hmm. Oh. There's the 6100 test. We finally got it. Squeeze. What's the possible high? It'd be like 105. That seems difficult though. Damn, that's wild. Vana nosedives under 60.90. Term and Delta are pretty supportive here though. There's one place to go. Wait, is war back on the menu? Early U.S. intel assessments suggest strikes on Iran did not destroy the nuclear sites. CNN cites unnamed sources describing the early U.S. intel assessment. UN Security Council session is being held on non-nuclear proliferation in Iran. Iranian air defense activated against drones in the northwestern city of Tabriz. Two Iranian news sites report. No official confirmation. New York Times. U.S. bombs didn't collapse the underground Iranian nuclear buildings. According to classified findings, the attack blocked the entrances to the two facilities, but did not cause their underground buildings to collapse. According to officials familiar with the findings, the United States bombing of Iran's nuclear sites sealed off the entrances to two facilities. The weekend strikes only pushed Iran's nuclear program back a few months. White House tells CNN that this alleged assessment is flat out wrong. Oh, this is so awkward. UN warns baseline Trump tariff would spur retaliation. China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran. That was this morning. When did China stop buying oil from Iran? Never. Hmm. Convexity of returns. Let's dump it. Someone just bought a bunch of 6,100 pets. Crazy times. It was me. But I didn't say it was me. Not sure said it was him. That is true. There are lots of sold puts under spot, which the MM is long all of. I'm still long these fucking puts. I want them to go to 650. Although 8 would be better. How greedy should I be? Let's do 7. I wish we'd fill this fucking gap. Wait, did we fill it? No. Almost? Filled some of it. Vol's moving up. Some of the like 95 short puts getting pressured. There's so many of them. They've sold like 1,100 puts at 95 in the last like 15 minutes. And 90 and 85. Head and shoulders. I know. That's the wrong direction. Yeah. Bunch of profit taking on the 6,000 call, 6,100 call. Still some calls at 6,105. Left a gap. Shouldn't selling puts have the opposite effect? Yeah, but they're buying calls also. Gotta close bot calls. And then, yeah, the MM doesn't step in to buy the dip, which can drive a larger sell-off. Technically back to VN, but there's some support between here and there, especially at 90. What are what? Those are my pets. I bought some pets. Really not gonna get filled on these? Ew. Boring. Volatility is rising. Ooh. Some bot pets coming in at 6,100. Holy shit, this is boring. What time is it? 3:38? Fall's picking up on the 95 strike. And the 90. Nice. 6100. NQ failed its trend on the 5-minute, retested it, and then failed again. Which is kind of interesting. Vol's still moving up. Seems to be favoring the downside strikes a little bit, but further out of the money. No, I don't think it's sold calls closing. I think possibly short puts opening. It looks like more sold calls are being sold, and bought calls are taking profits. Uh, 6105 bot calls collapsed. Calls are still selling off at 6100, but there are bot calls below us at 6095 and 90. Calls, puts being bought back on the uptick. And Q looks like it's about to do a little cliff jump. How's ES? ES looks way more stable. Still well above trend. NQ. NQ failed its trend. But ES is still above it. Just a bit. Mm, 15 minutes left. Mm-hmm. Is that the move on NQ? Getting there. I remember because of the MM's positioning, they're not going to buy these sell-offs on profit taking. So they're not buying the dip. Somebody else has to come in and buy it. They're defending the fuck out of that gap. No, spot's been flat, vol up. This is profit taking. I'm just closing on the money puts and in the money calls, or out of the money puts in the money calls. Big short puts. 60-90. Somewhere at 95. So the 95 calls closing. Put still being bought at 6,100. Profit taking on a bunch of calls here. $61.10 calls being bought. Some. But 61.05 selling off. 61.15 selling off. Bot puts coming in at 95. Still put selling 90, 85, 80. Ooh, that was a weird wick. There we go. The last of the profit taking, maybe? Gonna finally fill that fucking gap. Hey, 10 minutes to go. I have to trim my expectations on this a little bit, I think. I'm gonna leave the two runners and see if I get the tap at 650. Dip getting bought a little. I'll just do it there. I don't think we have any other downside gaps, right? Oh, we do. 60-90. Seven minutes left. Why are these options so underpriced? They're $6 in the money, but they're only worth $4. The fuck? Nope, there we go. Nice. Greg doesn't let us guess his trades anymore. Eh. That was fun. Yeah. I should have got more of those when they were down at like sub $2, but I figured 5 was enough. I got a couple 6100s for Friday, just in case we open lower. Holding above VN overnight is like kind of rare. We've seen it a couple times, but it requires far more leverage than what we're seeing today. And the fact that we didn't break 6100 is kind of like, I mean, like we pushed up above it a little bit, but we didn't break out of the 6100 range. Like we didn't squeeze off those bot puts. That's interesting. Don't forget, speed could still technically pick up here to the downside over the next like 4 minutes. Especially if like the 95, like 93, 92, well, I guess 93 level is lost here. That would be significant. I think there's still some more room for ES to move down. Like those puts were super fucking underpriced. Did you guys see that? They were literally $7 in the money before they repriced them. At $6 in the money, they were worth $4. I mean, it's not crime. They're just like trying to just selling everything so much. But the problem with selling them up here is that you're just selling the longer and longer puts. Still underpriced? Well, I mean, that's great if they cash settle. Should we check on our spread that I talked about selling earlier? Oh, look, it's made no money. Oh, wait, no, it's up $50. Boom. Oh, no, it's gone. It was up $50. I'm gonna keep that spread there until it expires. My 2 seconds of analysis is gonna make me 27% on risk. I mean, I feel like it's still likely that we see those puts reprice a little bit. There's a bunch of the short puts pulling back at like 80 and 75. So at least out of the money, there's some fear that they could end up at the money or in the money. I mean, technically the MM's not going to buy fuck all until this falls back below VN. It's just a question of where VN is at now, because we don't know on the intraday. I would say it's probably closer. Ding ding. Yeah, so did those actually reprice? What was the end of day price on them? 690? Jesus Christ. So they cash settled for more than they traded at their last value. Because closing price is 92.24. Look at that shit. I mean, they're worth 710 on settlement, so 20 cents off. At close, though. That's fucking ridiculous. Fucking stupid market. All right. Let's go take a look at today's price action. I did think we'd end up a little higher for today, but I still assumed that we might end up below Vega neutral. We did not. We did not. They managed to prop up price action above Vega neutral into close. I will say that historically, if we go out and we look at the SPXW, even recently, it's extremely rare for the market to stay above VN for more than a single day. So, like, I think this closed above VN. No, closed below. Did this one? 60.38. Yeah, this one closed above VN. And then the next day, rejected, and then rejected again, and VN started moving up. VN's also kind of like rising out above Gamma Max. And I want to point something else out about that is when that happens, it's generally bearish, flat to bearish, I guess, but very little price improvement when there's not a lot of active put selling activity at spot. And don't forget, that also has to do with the fact that, like, the MM's hedge shifts pretty dramatically when they're negatively exposed to Vega, especially on the index. So something to keep in mind. If you guys go check out that video that I put out about Vega neutral, that'll give you some kind of clue as to what's like mechanically going on here with the convexity and concavity in market maker returns based on their exposure to Vega. Out here on ES, we continued to push up. We actually broke through the 61.48 resistance a little bit, testing a high at 61.55, which still isn't the all-time high. That's up at, I think that's up here, and that's a little bit off. But that's up there at 61.6650. It's possible that we've, exhausted the buy pressure here, which would mean we're due for a bit of a pullback. We still haven't found out if 61.29 is support, so that would be maybe a local target that I would be looking at. That could be realized in the overnight session, although there's probably enough interest at 6100 right now that it won't be. Unless there's some sort of event. Obviously, like, we still have to take into consideration that any breaking of the ceasefire could forfeit all of the gains over the last day and a half. Yields at the top end of the curve continued moving down, but yields at the bottom end of the curve moved up a tiny bit. This is reduced rate cut expectations for July, September, but still expected higher rate cuts out into next year. Powell was a little more hawkish than some of his peers at the testimony today, but not enough that it's really changing much. But we've yet to see any impact on inflation yet from tariffs, although I do think it's coming. We did get a little breakdown in correlation on the 1 month into the end of the day, so some of the dispersion trade probably just taking profit there. 3 month correlation staying pretty flat. Frankly, it's probably about as levered up as it's going to get over the next couple weeks. Commodities down hard again. Oil down 5% on the day. Oil down so hard I think it's just starting to drag other shit down, like gold, that's usually up on a falling dollar, but not today. And carry trade leverage continues to decline. Saw a high of 840 today, but that's still falling off a bit, and also falling off on the short end. Forward yield on volatility slumped back to about negative 8.78, but it's not as low as it was at our more recent highs. And so I think demand for long vol is still staying elevated. And probably some of that is due to the bond curve picking up to a more positive level. Over the last week, we've gone from about 9.12. Now we're at like 13.44. So something to keep an eye on there as the bond curve rises, right? On this particular tool, as the bond curve rises, the demand for long volatility also increases. And so this pullback in volatility may be short-lived. Correlation on the 3-month moved down a little bit today. Bond volatility picked up a bit yesterday, and looks like probably picked up a bit today too. So we will be looking for an up cycle in bond volatility if we continue to push up much higher or stay at these levels. Skew still rising. 154.78 right now. As of yesterday's close, probably up again today, given the overnight move. Stocks over their 20-day moving average jumped up quite a bit yesterday, more today. I would say we're still not seeing a lot of breadth. I think most of this run is still very like tech centric, although ES itself is doing a bit better. RSP is still very, very far from its local high. I think RSP is like, or from its all-time high, still about 4.43% away. Whereas, QQQ's right at it. I think it got a new high today. No, but very close to getting a new high today. And then, SPX also very close to a new all-time high, but still like $40 short. This is the other thing. Now this is the third consecutive day in a row where correlation between cash VIX and VIX is increasing. This is another reason I think that there's going to be a spike in volatility, possibly just on profit taking, possibly with end of month, but that rising correlation over several days generally implies that there's some pulling back of vol control, and as that pulls back, we can generally see spikes in volatility follow. So if you look at this period, where correlation started to pull back, they tried to get it kind of back under control, then we got a vol spike. This period didn't really see very many rises. There was a bit of a rise in correlation right here, but then vol spiked. Here, most of the correlation increase was with the volatility spikes. That wasn't really a leading indicator. But this whole period where we had fairly consistent increases in correlation every day for about a week. And that led to, another vol spike, which then, they tried to short, and that led to a much bigger one. So yeah, keep an eye on that. It's fun stuff. Yeah, so the September contract a little bit down today, but expectations for rate cuts out in January of 2026 and June of 2026 did rise. So almost 4 cuts now by middle of next year, and a little bit over 2 cuts by the start of next year. Bear steepener down a little. And, we could take a look at the technical side here. We gapped up, obviously, tested 60.99, big resistance. We did push up above it slightly, but failed to close above it, which could be significant. A failure on this gap up to break out of, basically, what was that, December's high, might lead to a bit of a pullback. Obviously, we have a big gap below us. 61.31 is the next support level to the downside to watch. And then 59.47 below that are both fairly significant levels on the monthly. I would say locally, probably any price action below 60.60 would be moderately significant. So something else probably to keep an eye on. On the weekly, this does put us with a lower low and a higher high, which is kind of an interesting setup. These tend to mean revert. It's not a good sign that they had to look for buyers lower before finding them. And that does mean that 59.47 support might be a little softer than expected, especially if we retest it after this bounce. So if this bounce leads to a broader sell-off and we retest that level, it's unlikely we would find buyers there again. And that opens up, moves down to like 58.78, 58.37, 57.73. So keep an eye on that as well, especially if we continue to not see short volatility come in and support this range. And I think that's about it. The 1929 trend line is out here. It's I mean, if we were to hit it in the next like few weeks, somewhere around like 62.88, 62.50 to like 62.88. It's an ascending line, so it ticks up with each interval. But anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Okay.